Take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It looks like two people in a dark alley. The boy is pointing at something, and the girl looks surprised or worried. The street is lit by old-style lamps, which makes the scene feel mysterious.
Great observation. Now, let's use some phrases to describe what's happening. How would you describe their action of walking down the alley at night?
They are making their way through the alley.
Perfect. Making their way means they're moving or traveling in a particular direction. How about the boy who is pointing at something? What phrase could you use for that?
He is pointing out something important.
Right. Pointing out means to bring attention to something. If they feel uncertain about what's ahead, what phrase could describe their emotions?
They might be feeling uneasy about the situation.
Exactly. Feeling uneasy means they're uncomfortable or worried about something. If they decide to leave quickly after noticing something strange, what phrase could describe that?
They might make a run for it.
Great choice. Make a run for it means to escape or leave quickly, especially when feeling threatened. Lastly, if they talk about what happened later, what phrase could describe their conversation?
They would look back on the strange event.
Yes. Look back on means to reflect or remember something that has happened in the past. You've done an excellent job again today, Sarah. How do you feel about these phrases?
I feel like I'm getting better at using them. They're really helpful in describing different situations clearly.
That's fantastic. Your understanding and application of these phrases are improving every time. Keep practicing, and they'll become second nature. What a vibrant and dynamic scene we have here. Describe what's happening in this flashcard, Sarah.
It shows a young boy energetically jumping across rocks in a river with a waterfall in the background. A girl is sitting on a rock, watching him playfully leap from one stone to another.
Beautifully described. Let's use phrases to talk about their actions. What phrase would you use for the boy's action of energetically moving from one rock to another?
He is hopping across the rocks.
Hopping across is perfect. It captures the light, quick jumps he is making. How about the girl's action of observing him?
She is looking on as he jumps.
Looking on, that's right. It means watching someone do something, often from a distance. Considering the boy's adventurous spirit, what phrase could describe his overall behavior in exploring the area?
He might be adventuring around the river.
Adventuring around is a great way to describe someone exploring new or unfamiliar territories with enthusiasm. If they start to talk about the beauty of the waterfall and surrounding nature, what phrase would fit?
They could chat about the scenery.
Chat about is a casual yet appropriate phrase for having a light conversation regarding something specific. Finally, if the girl decides to join the boy in jumping on the rocks, what phrase could capture her action?
She might join in on the fun.
Join in is ideal for describing someone starting to participate in an activity that others are already engaged in. You've done a fantastic job today, Sarah. Using these phrases in such vivid scenarios enhances your grasp of conversational English.
I really enjoy how these phrases fit into different adventures. It makes them memorable and fun to use.
That's wonderful to hear, Sarah. Engaging with the language this way is key to mastering it. Keep up the excellent work. Let's dive into this professional new flashcard. What's happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman in a modern office. The man is giving a presentation in front of a whiteboard filled with graphs and diagrams, while the woman is standing beside him, listening thoughtfully. It looks like a business meeting or a brainstorming session.
Well described. Let's use some phrases related to presentations and collaboration. What phrase would describe the man's action of explaining the content on the board?
He is going over the information on the board.
Go over is perfect. It means to review or explain something in detail. How about the woman's reaction as she listens and considers the information? What phrase could describe her action?
She is taking in everything he's saying.
Exactly. Take in means to absorb and understand information. Suppose the woman wants to ask a question about one of the charts. What phrase would describe her action?
She would point out the specific chart to ask about it.
Point out is a great choice. It means to indicate something to focus attention on it. If they decide to brainstorm ideas together, what phrase would describe their discussion?
They would bounce around ideas during the session.
Bounce around is a wonderful phrase for exchanging ideas freely. Lastly, if they conclude the meeting and summarize their main points, what phrase would describe wrapping up the discussion?
They would sum up the key takeaways from the meeting.
Sum up is just right. It means to summarize the main points. Sarah, you've done an excellent job using these phrases to capture the professional atmosphere of this scene.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's really helpful to see how these phrases fit into a business setting. I feel like I'm expanding my vocabulary a lot.
That's wonderful to hear. Using phrases in different contexts helps build versatility. Keep practicing and you'll become even more fluent. Great work today. Describe this thrilling flashcard, Sarah.
It shows a girl bungee jumping from a bridge into a canyon and a boy reaching out towards her. There are other people on the bridge watching.
What an adrenaline-pumping moment. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe the girl's action of jumping off the bridge?
She leaps off the bridge.
Leap off is spot on. It conveys the action of jumping from a high place with enthusiasm or courage. As she jumps, what phrasal verb describes her motion towards the river below?
She's plunging into the canyon.
Plunge into is perfect for describing a fast, steep fall, especially into a deep place. What about the boy on the bridge? How can we describe his action of reaching towards her as she jumps?
He's reaching out to her.
Reach out can also mean to offer support or help, fitting well here emotionally. If the girl feels thrilled after her jump and wants to go again, what phrase could we use?
She might go back up to jump again.
Go back up indicates returning to the starting point to repeat an activity. Great choice. Lastly, when she returns to the bridge after the jump, what phrase describes her action of safely getting back?
She makes her way back to the bridge.
Make one's way back is excellent for describing returning to a place. You've really grasped the essence of these phrasal verbs, Sarah. You're doing incredibly well in applying them to vivid scenarios.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These examples help me hold on to the meanings and uses of phrasal verbs.
I'm pleased to see how much you've learned, Sarah. Keep practicing, and you'll master these expressions in no time. Let's take a look at this flashcard. What's happening here, Sarah?
It shows two people riding bicycles through a busy city at night. The streets are lit up with neon signs, and cars are passing by. They seem to be enjoying their ride.
Excellent. Now let's practice some phrases. How would you describe their activity of cycling through the city?
They are cycling through the city streets.
Perfect. Cycling through describes their motion. What phrase could you use to describe their feeling of enjoying the night ride?
They are soaking up the vibrant city atmosphere.
Right. Soaking up means to absorb and enjoy the environment around them. If they're moving quickly to keep up with traffic, what phrase could describe their speed?
They are picking up the pace.
Great. Picking up the pace means to go faster. What if one of them is leading the way through the streets? What phrase could describe that?
One of them is taking the lead.
Exactly. Taking the lead means to go in front and guide the way. Lastly, if they're careful about navigating through traffic and obstacles, what phrase could describe their cautious approach?
They are keeping an eye out for cars and pedestrians.
That's right. Keeping an eye out means to stay alert and watchful. You've done a fantastic job today, Sarah. How do you feel about the phrases we've covered?
I feel like I'm really getting the hang of these phrases. They make it so much easier to describe situations clearly.
That's wonderful. You're making great progress, and I'm impressed with how naturally you're using these phrases. Keep practicing, and it'll become even more second nature. What a peaceful camping scene we have here. Describe what's happening, Sarah.
It shows a young man and woman sitting by a campfire at night. They are in a forest, and there's a beautiful starry sky above them. The woman is roasting marshmallows, while the man seems to be relaxing and enjoying the fire.
Perfect description. Let's use phrases to talk about their activities. What phrase would you use for the woman's action of cooking marshmallows?
She is roasting marshmallows over the campfire.
Exactly. Roasting marshmallows is a specific activity that's popular during camping. How about the man's action of simply sitting and observing the fire?
He is soaking in the warmth of the fire.
Soaking in is ideal. It suggests fully immersing oneself in the experience or environment. Now, considering they're enjoying the night together, what phrase could describe their shared activity?
They are spending time together under the stars.
Spending time is a nice general phrase for being with another person, often implying relaxation or enjoyment. Suppose they start sharing stories or experiences around the fire. What phrase would you use?
They might share stories around the campfire.
Share stories. Perfect for a cozy narrative exchange in such a setting. Finally, if they decide to stay up late to watch the stars, what phrase could capture that intention?
They could stay up to stargaze.
Stay up is a great phrase that means to remain awake beyond the usual bedtime, especially for a special reason like stargazing. You've done wonderfully again, Sarah. Your ability to contextualize these phrases in different scenarios is impressive.
These settings make the phrases come alive for me. It's like I can see myself using them in real life.
That's the goal, Sarah. Engaging with language in context helps it stick. Keep up the fantastic work. Let's analyze this new flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman working together on a jigsaw puzzle in an office. The man is holding a puzzle piece, and the woman is watching closely, as if thinking about where it should go. They both look very focused on solving the puzzle.
Great observation. Let's use some phrases related to problem solving and working together. What phrase would describe the action of finding the right place for a puzzle piece?
He is trying to fit in the puzzle piece.
Fit in is perfect. It means to place something correctly in its position. How about the woman's action of thinking where each piece should go? What phrase could describe her action?
She is figuring out where the pieces belong.
Exactly. Figure out means to think carefully and solve a problem. Suppose they decide to work on different sections of the puzzle. What phrase would describe them dividing up the work?
They would split up the puzzle and work on separate parts.
Split up is a great choice. It means to divide a task into parts. If the man completes a section and shows it to the woman, what phrase would describe sharing his progress?
He would point out the completed part to her.
Point out is perfect. It means to indicate something to draw attention to it. Finally, when they finish the puzzle, what phrase would describe admiring their completed work?
They would look over the finished puzzle with satisfaction.
Look over is just right. It means to examine something carefully, often with a sense of pride. Sarah, you've done an amazing job matching these phrases to the scene again.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Using these phrases with different activities really helps me see how they fit into everyday situations.
That's exactly the goal. The more you practice in different contexts, the more naturally you'll use these phrases. Keep up the great work. What do you see in this flashcard, Sarah?
There's a couple on a jet ski having a great time racing over the ocean. Another person is riding close behind them.
That's exciting. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe them starting their jet ski ride?
They fire up the jet skis.
Fire up is perfect for starting engines or getting something going energetically. As they speed over the water, what phrasal verb fits their fast, thrilling movement?
They are zooming across the water.
Zoom across conveys rapid movement, exactly what they're doing. If they steer around obstacles or other watercraft, what phrasal verb would describe that?
They dodge around obstacles.
Dodge around means to avoid something by moving quickly to the side. That's a great use of the phrase. Suppose they decide to explore the area further. What phrasal verb could describe this action?
They might venture out further into the sea.
Venture out is used for going somewhere potentially risky or unknown, very fitting for exploring new waters. Finally, when they return to the shore after their adventure, what phrasal verb describes their action?
They head back to the shore.
Head back means to return to the place where you started. Excellent work, Sarah. You're really getting a handle on these phrasal verbs and applying them effectively.
It's fun to play around with these verbs in such dynamic scenarios, Mr. Davis. It makes learning them so engaging.
I'm glad you find it engaging. Your enthusiasm and understanding are exactly what make these lessons so productive. Keep it up, Sarah. Let's take a look at this new flashcard. What's going on in this scene, Sarah?
It shows two people shopping in a busy city at night. They're holding shopping bags and seem to be having a conversation while walking down the street. The lights and billboards make the city look really lively.
Great description. Let's use some phrases to describe their experience. How would you describe their action of going out to shop?
They are hitting the shops.
Exactly. Hitting the shops means they're going out shopping, visiting various stores. What phrase could describe the lively atmosphere around them?
The city is buzzing with activity.
Right. Buzzing with activity means the city is full of energy and things happening. What phrase would describe their action of walking through the city, exploring different places?
They are checking out the stores and sites.
Perfect. Checking out means to explore or see what's available. If they find something they like, what phrase would describe their decision to buy it?
They might pick up something they like.
Great use of the phrase. Pick up means to purchase something casually while shopping. Lastly, if they're enjoying their time together, what phrase could describe that?
They are having a blast shopping in the city.
That's perfect. Having a blast means they're having a lot of fun. You're doing an amazing job with these phrases, Sarah. How do you feel about today's lesson?
I'm really enjoying it. The phrases are easy to understand, and they make describing activities like shopping a lot more fun.
I'm glad to hear that. You're becoming more fluent with these phrases, and it shows. Keep up the great work. This is a lovely outdoor scene. What's happening here, Sarah?
It looks like a young boy and girl are hiking in a forest. The boy is helping the girl cross a log, reaching out to give her a hand.
Nicely described. Let's use phrases to talk about their actions. What phrase would you use for the boy's action of assisting the girl?
He is lending a hand to the girl.
Lending a hand is perfect. It suggests offering help or support. How about describing their activity of walking through the forest?
They are trekking through the forest.
Trekking through is a great choice. It implies a journey or long walk, often in natural settings. If the girl feels uncertain about crossing, what phrase could describe her action of seeking support?
She might be reaching out for his help.
Reaching out. Exactly right. It means to ask for assistance or make a gesture for help. Suppose they continue their hike after crossing the log. What phrase would you use?
They would press on with their hike.
Press on is ideal for continuing with determination despite difficulties. Finally, if they stop to admire the nature around them, what phrase could capture that moment?
They could take in the natural beauty.
Take in is a wonderful phrase for absorbing or enjoying their surroundings fully. You've done an excellent job today, Sarah. Your ability to use these phrases in vivid, real-life scenarios shows how much you've learned.
These lessons help me visualize the situations, making it easier to remember the phrases. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're doing brilliantly, Sarah. It's great to see you applying these phrases so effectively. Keep it up. Let's take a look at this new flashcard. What's happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows two boys crawling through a tight underground space, like a crawl space or a tunnel. One boy is holding a flashlight and shining it ahead, while the other is peeking through the entrance, looking curious and excited.
Great description. Let's use some phrases related to exploration and movement in tight spaces. What phrase would describe the action of moving through a narrow area like this?
They are crawling through the tunnel.
Crawl through is perfect. It means to move slowly and carefully through a confined space. How about the boy holding the flashlight? What phrase would describe his action?
He is shining a light to see what's ahead.
Exactly. Shine a light is ideal for describing using a flashlight to illuminate an area. If they notice something interesting in the corner, what phrase would describe their action of focusing on it?
They would zero in on the object.
Zero in is a great choice. It means to focus intently on something specific. Suppose they decide to pick up and inspect the item. What phrase would describe their action?
They would reach out and pick up the item to check it out.
Reach out and pick up are both perfect choices. They describe the actions of extending their hand and taking hold of something. If they want to carefully put the item back where they found it, what phrase would describe that?
They would set down the item gently.
Set down is just right. It means to place something gently in a particular spot. Sarah, you're doing an amazing job using these phrases to describe such unique situations.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Using these phrases in such unusual scenarios makes it really exciting and helps me remember them better.
That's the goal. The more varied the context, the easier it is to recall them naturally. Keep up the fantastic work. What's going on in this intriguing flashcard, Sarah?
It shows a boy and a girl exploring a cave filled with ice formations. They are using flashlights to light up the dark areas.
That's a vivid description. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe them starting their exploration?
They are heading into the cave.
Head into is perfect for beginning an entry into a new or challenging environment. As they use their flashlights to explore, what phrasal verb fits their action of looking around carefully?
They are scanning the cave with their flashlights.
Scan is excellent, meaning to look over an area very thoroughly, but it is not a phrasal verb. If they find something interesting or unusual, what phrasal verb could describe their action of examining it closely?
They might check out the unusual ice formations.
Check out is used for closely examining something. That's a great use of the phrase. Suppose they need to move carefully over slippery ice. What phrase fits this cautious movement?
They would tread lightly across the ice.
Tread lightly captures the need for careful movement perfectly. Finally, when they decide to leave the cave after their exploration, What phrase can describe this action?
They make their way out of the cave.
Make one's way out means to exit or leave a place, fitting for the end of their cave exploration. Excellent understanding, Sarah. Your ability to apply these idiomatic expressions is improving wonderfully.
These lessons help me piece together the uses of phrasal verbs in all sorts of contexts, Mr. Davis. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sarah. I'm thrilled to see how well you're piecing everything together. Keep practicing, and soon, using phrasal verbs will feel completely natural to you. Let's take a look at this new flashcard. What do you see happening here, Sarah?
It shows two people working in a garden. One is planting flowers, and the other is watering the plants. The garden is full of beautiful flowers, and they seem to be enjoying their time outdoors.
Great observation. Now let's use some phrases to describe their activities. How would you describe their efforts to make the garden look beautiful?
They are tending to the garden.
Exactly. Tending to means to take care of or look after something. What phrase could describe their activity of planting new flowers?
They are digging in and planting new flowers.
Perfect. Digging in works well for both literally planting and starting a task with enthusiasm. What about the person watering the flowers? How would you describe that?
He is watering down the plants to help them grow.
Yes, watering down can mean applying water, though it also has a different meaning when used figuratively. If they finish their gardening and step back to admire their work, what phrase would describe that?
They might step back and take in the beauty of the garden.
Right. Step back and take in means to pause and appreciate what's in front of you. Lastly, if they continue to do this regularly, what phrase could describe their routine?
They could keep up with their gardening duties.
Exactly. Keep up with means to maintain or stay consistent with an activity. You're doing a wonderful job with these phrases, Sarah. How do you feel about today's lesson?
I'm really enjoying it. These phrases feel so natural when applied to real-life situations.
That's the goal. You're becoming more fluent with these phrases, and it's great to see how comfortable you're getting with them. Keep up the fantastic work. This is an interesting workplace scene. What can you tell us about what's happening here, Sarah?
In this image, a man and a woman are standing in front of a whiteboard filled with graphs and notes. It looks like they are discussing a project, possibly analyzing data or planning strategies.
Well observed. Let's use phrases to describe their actions. What phrase would you use for the woman's action of explaining points on the whiteboard?
She is going over the details.
Going over is perfect. It suggests reviewing or explaining something thoroughly. How about the man's role in this discussion?
He seems to be contributing to the discussion.
Contributing to is a great choice. It means adding information or ideas to a conversation. If they start to brainstorm together, what phrase could describe that action?
They might bounce ideas off each other.
Bounce ideas off is an excellent phrase for exchanging thoughts to refine them further. If they focus on solving a specific problem, what phrase would you use?
They could zero in on the issue.
Zero in on is ideal for focusing closely on something specific. Finally, if they agree on a plan and decide to implement it, what phrase would capture that decision?
They would sign off on the plan.
Sign off on. Exactly right. It means to give formal approval to proceed with something. You've done a fantastic job today, Sarah. Your ability to use these phrases in a business context is quite impressive.
I'm learning a lot about how these phrases fit into professional situations, Mr. Davis. It's really useful.
That's wonderful to hear, Sarah. Applying these phrases in different contexts is key to becoming fluent and confident in your use of English. Keep up the great work. Let's take a closer look at this intriguing new flashcard. What do you see happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows two boys exploring what looks like a storage room or basement filled with boxes and shelves. One boy is holding a lantern and leading the way, while the other is standing behind him, observing. There's a lot of stacked boxes, and it seems like they're searching for something.
Great observation. Let's use some phrases related to exploring and searching. What phrase would describe the boy's action of leading with the lantern?
He is lighting up the way with the lantern.
Light up is perfect. It means to illuminate a space. How about the boy behind him? What phrase would describe his action of looking around carefully?
He is scoping out the storage room.
Scope out is an excellent choice. It means to inspect an area thoroughly. If they decide to start looking through the boxes to find something specific, what phrase would describe this action?
They would sort through the boxes to find what they need.
Sort through is spot on. It means to go through items systematically to look for something. Suppose they finally find an important object. What phrase would describe their reaction?
They might come across the item they've been looking for.
Exactly. Come across means to find something unexpectedly. If they decide to take the item with them, what phrase would describe carefully removing it from the box?
They would take out the item carefully.
Take out is the perfect choice for removing something gently from a place. Sarah, you've done a fantastic job applying these phrases. It really makes the scene feel dynamic.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Using these phrases with such vivid scenes really helps me see how to use them in context.
That's wonderful to hear. Keep practicing with these scenarios, and soon these phrases will become a natural part of your language. Great job today. Good morning, Sarah. Ready for today's lesson on idiomatic phrasal verbs?
Morning, Mr. Davis. Yes, I'm ready. What's our topic today?
Today, let's use this flashcard. Describe what you see happening in the picture.
It looks like a thrilling go-kart race. There's a young man and a woman racing each other, both looking really competitive and excited.
Excellent observation. Based on what you've described, let's practice some idiomatic phrasal verbs. What phrasal verb would you use to describe how the man is trying to get ahead of the woman in the race?
I think pull ahead would work. It means to move in front and lead in a race or competition.
Exactly. Pull ahead is perfect here. How about describing the way they must be feeling, really pushing their limits to win?
They might be going all out, which means they are putting in all their effort to win.
Spot on, Sarah. Going all out captures their intensity perfectly. Suppose the race ends and the young man didn't win. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use for him to quickly recover and try again?
He would probably need to bounce back, meaning to recover quickly from a defeat.
That's right. Bounce back is a great way to describe recovering quickly and getting ready to try again. And what if he decides to practice harder to improve his skills for the next race?
He might brush up on his racing skills, which means to improve his abilities by practicing.
Brilliant use of brush up. It's all about improving through practice. You've done a wonderful job today, Sarah. Applying these phrasal verbs to situations like this makes them easier to remember and use naturally. How do you feel about the idioms we covered today?
These lessons are really helpful. I'm feeling more comfortable using phrasal verbs in context. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
You're very welcome, Sarah. I'm impressed with your progress. Keep practicing, and soon using phrasal verbs will be a breeze for you. This flashcard brings us to an indoor climbing scene, Sarah. What's happening here?
It shows a young man climbing up a rock wall while another person cheers him on from below. It looks like a fun and challenging activity.
Let's break down their actions using idiomatic phrasal verbs. First, as the young man starts climbing, what phrasal verb can we use?
He takes on the challenge of the climbing wall, meaning he starts to deal with it by climbing.
Exactly. Take on is often used to describe starting to deal with a challenge. As he climbs and reaches for higher holds, what phrasal verb describes his action of trying to find the next grip?
He would reach out for the next hold, which means extending his hand to grab something.
Reach out is perfect. Now, considering the person on the ground, what phrasal verb describes his action of supporting the climber?
He's cheering on the climber, encouraging him to continue and succeed.
Right. Cheer on means to support someone enthusiastically. If the climber faces a difficult part of the wall and struggles to continue, what phrasal verb would describe his action of attempting to keep going?
He might press on, meaning he continues to climb despite the difficulty.
Press on is a great choice for persisting in a challenging situation. Finally, once he completes the climb and comes back down, what phrasal verb can we use for his return to the ground?
He would come down from the wall, which means to descend or return to the ground level.
Come down works well in this context. Excellent job today, Sarah. How do you feel about these phrasal verbs and their usage in real-life activities?
Using these phrasal verbs makes the actions more vivid and the language more engaging. I'm really starting to feel comfortable with them. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're very welcome, Sarah. Your understanding and application of phrasal verbs are improving impressively. Keep practicing, and soon you'll be using them naturally in your daily conversations. What a lively flashcard, Sarah. Describe what's happening in this scene.
This image shows a young man and woman joyfully running through a field, possibly racing each other or just enjoying the moment. It's a sunny day with a clear blue sky and a gentle breeze.
That's a vibrant setting for using our phrasal verbs. Let's start with their action of running through the field. What phrasal verb could we use to describe them starting this activity energetically?
They might set off running through the field, which means to start a journey or activity energetically.
Excellent. Set off is perfect for beginning their action. Now, as they continue to run and maintain their pace together, what phrasal verb describes this action?
They are keeping up with each other, meaning they are maintaining the same speed to stay side by side.
Right. Keep up shows their effort to stay aligned. If they suddenly decide to run faster to make the activity more challenging, what phrasal verb would describe that action?
They would pick up the pace, which means to increase the speed or intensity of an activity.
Pick up is indeed the right choice for increasing speed. Imagine they encounter an obstacle, like a fallen log. What phrasal verb could we use for their action of overcoming this obstacle together?
They might get around the obstacle, meaning they find a way to bypass or overcome it without stopping their fun.
Get around is a good pick for navigating challenges. Finally, as they reach the end of the field and slow down, what phrasal verb can we use for this transition from active to a more relaxed state?
They would wind down, which typically means to gradually relax after doing something intense.
Wind down perfectly captures the essence of slowing down and relaxing. How are you finding the application of these phrasal verbs in such vivid settings?
It's really engaging, Mr. Davis. Applying these phrasal verbs in context helps me understand their meanings much better and makes them easier to remember.
I'm thrilled to hear that, Sarah. Your ability to apply these verbs shows your growing fluency in English. Let's keep this momentum going. Let's take a look at this new flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It shows two people painting a room. One is standing on a ladder and using a roller to paint the wall, while the other is holding a longer roller and smiling. It looks like they're having fun while working.
Great description. Let's use some phrases to describe their actions. How would you describe their activity of painting the room?
They are sprucing up the room.
Exactly. Sprucing up means to make something look better or neater, often by decorating or cleaning. What phrase could you use to describe their teamwork?
They are working hand in hand to get the room painted.
Right. Working hand in hand means they're collaborating closely on the same task. What phrase would you use for the person on the ladder, painting high on the wall?
He is reaching up to get the higher parts of the wall.
Perfect. Reaching up describes extending upward to accomplish something. If they realize they've missed a spot on the wall, what phrase could describe their action of going back to fix it?
They would touch up the missed spot.
Exactly. Touch up means to make small improvements or corrections, especially in painting. Lastly, after they've finished painting, what phrase could describe their satisfaction?
They would stand back and admire their work.
That's a great phrase. Stand back and admire means to take a moment to appreciate what you've accomplished. You're doing wonderfully, Sarah. How do you feel about the lesson today?
I'm feeling really confident. These phrases make it easy to describe everyday tasks in more interesting ways.
I'm glad to hear that. You're mastering these phrases, and it's clear you're getting more comfortable with them. Keep up the fantastic work. Let's dive into this interesting new flashcard. What's happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows two boys exploring an old attic filled with books, boxes, and suitcases. One is standing on a ladder, reaching for a book on a high shelf, while the other is kneeling and looking through an open suitcase filled with papers and objects.
Great description. Let's use some phrases related to searching and discovering. What phrase would describe the boy's action of reaching for the book on the high shelf?
He is reaching up to grab the book.
Reach up is perfect. It means to stretch out your arm to get something high up. How about the boy kneeling by the suitcase? What phrase would describe his action?
He is digging through the suitcase to see what's inside.
Exactly. Dig through means to search through something thoroughly. If they discover something surprising, like an old photograph, what phrase would describe their reaction?
They might come across an old photograph.
Come across is ideal. It means to find something unexpectedly. Suppose the boy on the ladder finds a very old book and carefully examines it. What phrase would describe that action?
He would look over the old book to see its contents.
Look over is just right. It means to examine something closely. Lastly, when they finish searching and decide to put everything back in order, what phrase would describe their action?
They would tidy up the attic before leaving.
Tidy up is the perfect phrase for putting things back neatly. Sarah, you've done a fantastic job applying these phrases. It really captures the sense of exploring and discovering in the attic.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I love using these phrases in different contexts. It helps me see how versatile they are.
That's exactly the point. Keep practicing and you'll be using these phrases effortlessly in no time. Great work today. This next scene seems relaxed and friendly. Describe what's happening here, Sarah.
It shows two men in a coffee shop enjoying a break together. One is sitting on a couch, sipping coffee, and the other is leaning on the counter, also with a coffee cup in hand. They appear to be having a casual conversation.
Well described. Let's use phrases to talk about their actions. What phrase would you use for their action of drinking coffee while chatting?
They are catching up over coffee.
Catching up is perfect. It suggests they are sharing recent experiences or news while enjoying their coffee. How about the man sitting? What phrase could describe his relaxed posture?
He is lounging on the couch.
Lounging. Excellent. It conveys a sense of lying back or reclining in a relaxed manner. Now, considering they are in a social setting, what phrase would fit the man who is standing and participating in the conversation?
He is joining in the chat.
Joining in is a great choice for someone who participates in an ongoing conversation. If they start discussing something more specific or focused, what phrase would you use?
They might delve into a particular topic.
Delve into is ideal for describing a deeper or more thorough discussion of a subject. Finally, if they conclude their meeting and prepare to leave, what phrase could capture that action?
They could wrap up their conversation.
Wrap up. Exactly right. It means to bring something to a conclusion, often neatly and satisfactorily. You've done a fantastic job today, Sarah. Your ability to apply these phrases in real-world scenarios is improving greatly.
These sessions make me feel more confident about using English in everyday situations. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
You're welcome, Sarah. It's rewarding to see your progress. Keep practicing, and these phrases will become second nature to you. Great work today. This is a peaceful scene of two people sitting by a campfire, under the stars. Let's continue using only traditional phrasal verbs. What do you see happening here, Sarah?
It looks like they've set up a camp next to a lake, and they're enjoying the night sky.
Great start. Set up is a perfect phrasal verb meaning to arrange or prepare something for use. If they've already lit the campfire, what phrasal verb would describe that?
They've started up the campfire to keep warm.
Good job. Start up works here, meaning to begin something, such as lighting a fire. Now, if they want to relax by the fire for a while, what phrasal verb could describe that?
They could sit back and relax while enjoying the view.
Perfect. Sit back means to relax and take it easy. If the campfire starts to die down, what phrasal verb would describe adding more wood to keep it going?
They would build up the fire by adding more wood.
Exactly. Build up means to increase or strengthen something, like keeping the fire going. If they want to eventually extinguish the fire before going to sleep, what phrasal verb would describe putting it out?
They would put out the fire before going to bed.
Perfect again. Put out means to extinguish a fire or flame. You've used all the phrasal verbs correctly, Sarah. How do you feel about today's practice?
I feel much more comfortable with using phrasal verbs now. These examples really help me understand how to use them naturally.
You're doing a fantastic job, Sarah. Keep up the great work, and soon using phrasal verbs will be second nature for you. Keep practicing. Let's look at this scene, Sarah. We're still focusing on using only traditional phrasal verbs. What do you see happening here?
It looks like two people have pulled over after a motorcycle ride to enjoy the view.
Excellent. Pull over is a traditional phrasal verb meaning to stop a vehicle by moving to the side of the road. If they want to continue their ride after a break, what phrasal verb could describe that?
They would set off again on their ride after the break.
Perfect. Set off means to begin a journey. If they see a road leading to another part of the mountains and decide to explore, what phrasal verb could describe that?
They might head off in a new direction to explore more of the area.
Right. Head off means to go in a particular direction. If they find something interesting along the way and want to stop again, what phrasal verb would fit?
They could check out something interesting they find during their ride.
Correct. Check out means to examine or investigate something. Finally, if they want to return to where they started after the ride, what phrasal verb would describe that?
They would head back to their starting point after the ride.
Perfect once again. Head back means to return to where you started. You've done a fantastic job, Sarah. How do you feel about today's lesson?
I feel really confident now. It's becoming easier to use these phrasal verbs naturally.
That's great to hear. You're doing an excellent job with these lessons. Keep practicing, and soon these phrasal verbs will come to you automatically. Let's analyze this snowy mountain hike, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It looks like they're hiking through the snow. They probably set off earlier in the day to start their hike up the mountain.
Excellent. Set off is a great traditional phrasal verb meaning to begin a journey. If they want to keep moving and not take any breaks, what phrasal verb could describe that?
They might carry on hiking through the snow without stopping.
Perfect. Carry on means to continue doing something without stopping. Now, if they reach a particularly steep part of the mountain and have to work harder, what phrasal verb could describe their effort?
They would have to push through the difficult part to keep going.
Great choice. Push through means to continue despite difficulties or challenges. If they eventually decide to return back down the mountain, what phrasal verb would describe that?
They would head back down the mountain once they've reached their goal.
Exactly. Head back means to return to where you started. Finally, if they take a moment to reflect on their adventure, what phrasal verb could describe them discussing it?
They could talk over the highlights of their hike when they're finished.
Perfect once again. Talk over means to discuss something thoroughly. You've used all the phrasal verbs correctly, Sarah. How do you feel about today's practice?
I'm feeling more confident every time. Using these phrasal verbs in different situations is helping me a lot.
I'm glad to hear that. You're doing a fantastic job and your understanding of phrasal verbs is really improving. Keep up the excellent work. Let's look at this new flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It shows two students sitting in a library, studying from textbooks. They look focused, and the sunlight is shining through the window, making the scene feel calm and studious.
A great observation. Now let's use some phrases to describe their actions. How would you describe their focus on the books?
They are hitting the books.
Perfect. Hitting the books is a common phrase for studying hard or preparing for something academic. What phrase would describe their quiet, concentrated environment?
They are getting down to business.
Exactly. Getting down to business means focusing seriously on the task at hand. If they are trying to memorize important information, what phrase could we use?
They are committing it to memory.
Right. Committing it to memory means to learn something so thoroughly that you won't forget it. If one of them asks the other for help with a problem, what phrase could describe that request?
They could pick each other's brain to understand better.
Great use of the phrase. Picking each other's brain means to ask someone for advice or help with understanding something. Finally, after a long study session, what phrase would describe them finishing their work?
They would wrap things up and call it a day.
Perfect. Wrap things up means to finish or complete a task. You're doing an excellent job with these phrases, Sarah. How do you feel about the lesson today?
I'm feeling more confident with these phrases. I think they'll be really helpful for academic conversations.
Absolutely. These phrases are great for both academic and everyday situations. Keep practicing and you'll master them in no time. What's happening in this office scene, Sarah?
In this image, a man and a woman are working together at a computer in an office. The woman seems to be explaining something to the man, and they both look engaged and happy.
Excellent description. Let's apply some phrases to describe their actions. What phrase would you use for the woman's action of explaining something on the computer?
She is pointing out details on the screen.
Pointing out is ideal. It means to direct attention to something specific. Now, considering they are working together, what phrase could describe their cooperative effort?
They are collaborating on a project.
Collaborating on perfectly captures the essence of working jointly on a task. If the man starts to understand and contribute more actively, what phrase would you use?
He might chime in with his ideas.
Chime in. That's a great phrase for joining a conversation by adding something important or constructive. Suppose they need to solve a problem together. What phrase would fit that action?
They would work through the problem.
Work through is an excellent choice. It means to deal with a problem until it is solved. Finally, if they complete their task successfully and are ready to present it, what phrase could describe this achievement?
They might wrap up their work.
Wrap up is the perfect phrase for completing or finishing something. You've done a wonderful job today, Sarah. Your ability to apply these phrases in professional settings really shows how much you've learned.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It's exciting to use these phrases in a business context. It makes me feel more prepared for professional environments.
That's great to hear, Sarah. Being able to communicate effectively in different settings is a valuable skill. Keep practicing and you'll do exceptionally well in any professional scenario. Great work today. Let's dive into this cozy new flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a boy and a girl building a blanket fort indoors. The girl is holding up a blanket to complete the fort, and the boy is sitting inside with a lantern, making the space bright and warm. There are books and cushions all around, making it feel like a comfy little hideout.
Well observed. Let's use some phrases related to building and making cozy spaces. What phrase would describe the action of setting up the blanket fort?
They are setting up the blanket fort.
Set up is perfect. It means to arrange or construct something. How about the girl holding the blanket to finish the fort? What phrase could describe her action?
She is holding up the blanket to secure it in place.
Exactly. Hold up is ideal for describing keeping something in position. If they want to add more pillows to make it cozier, what phrase would describe that action?
They would pile up the pillows inside the fort.
Pile up is perfect. It means to stack things together. Suppose they add some more decorations or personal touches inside. What phrase would describe making the fort feel more personalized?
They would dress up the fort with decorations.
Dress up is a great choice, meaning to decorate or enhance the appearance of something. Lastly, when they finish and sit inside to enjoy their little hideout, what phrase would describe them getting comfortable?
They would settle in and enjoy the cozy space.
Settle in is just right. It means to make oneself comfortable and ready to stay for a while. Sarah, you've done an amazing job applying these phrases. It really brings out the cozy atmosphere of this scene.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These phrases help me describe actions more vividly. I'm really enjoying this.
I'm glad to hear that. You're doing a fantastic job. Keep practicing, and these phrases will become a natural part of your vocabulary. Great work today. Look at this adventurous scene, Sarah. What do you see?
There are two boys in a jungle. One boy is helping the other cross a river by reaching out his hand. It looks quite adventurous.
It does. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe the boy reaching out to help his friend?
He's reaching out to help him across.
Exactly. Reach out can also mean to offer help or support. As they navigate through the jungle, what phrase fits their movement?
They are making their way through the dense jungle.
Make one's way is perfect for describing progressing through a difficult or obstructed path. If they encounter obstacles like rocks or bushes, what phrasal verb describes how they deal with these?
They might push through the obstacles.
Push through means to continue with effort despite difficulties. Well chosen. Suppose they take a break to look at a map. What phrasal verb could describe this action?
They would pull out the map to check their route.
Pull out is used for taking something out of a place where it is stored. Great. Lastly, when they reach their destination after the journey, what phrasal verb describes their arrival?
They finally get through the jungle.
Get through means to successfully come to the end of a journey through something challenging. Excellent work, Sarah. You're applying these phrasal verbs very effectively to adventurous settings.
These examples really bring to life the phrases for me, Mr. Davis. It helps me visualize how to use them.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. You're grasping these concepts brilliantly. Keep up the good work. Let's take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What's happening in this scene?
It shows two people playing video games. They both look excited and engaged in the game. One of them is wearing headphones, and they both have controllers in their hands.
Great description. Let's practice some phrases based on what they're doing. How would you describe their level of engagement with the game?
They are getting into the game.
Exactly. Getting into means becoming really involved or excited about something. What phrase could you use to describe their competitive spirit?
They are going head-to-head in the game.
Perfect. Going head-to-head means they're competing directly against each other. If one of them is close to winning, what phrase could you use to describe that moment?
He is on the verge of winning.
Right. On the verge of means they're very close to achieving something. What phrase might they use to talk about trying to improve their performance in the game?
They could step up their game to play better.
Exactly. Step up your game means to improve your performance or effort. Finally, after a long gaming session, what phrase could describe how they feel after playing for hours?
They might feel worn out from playing so long.
Right again. Worn out means feeling tired or exhausted. You've done an excellent job with these phrases today, Sarah. How do you feel about using them in this context?
I feel like these phrases are super useful. They make describing actions and feelings a lot clearer.
That's great to hear. Your understanding of how to use these phrases is improving every day. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to get even better. Here's another engaging scene. What can you tell us about what's happening in this flashcard, Sarah?
In this image, a couple is shopping in a grocery store. The woman is selecting products from the shelf while holding a shopping list, and the man is carrying a shopping basket looking on.
Perfect. Let's use phrases to describe their actions. What phrase would you use for the woman's action of choosing products?
She is picking out items from the shelf.
Picking out is exactly right. It suggests carefully selecting items. How about the man's role in this shopping trip?
He is tagging along with her.
Tagging along. That's a good one. It means accompanying someone, usually without being the main participant. Now, if they are discussing what to buy based on their list, what phrase fits that action?
They might be going over the shopping list.
Going over is a useful phrase for reviewing or examining something together. If the woman consults the man about a choice, what phrase would you use?
She could be asking for his opinion.
Asking for is ideal for seeking advice or an opinion. Finally, if they finish shopping and proceed to check out, what phrase could describe that action?
They would head to the checkout.
Head to is a common phrase meaning to go towards a specific destination. You've done a fantastic job again, Sarah. These phrases you're learning are essential for fluent conversation in everyday situations.
It's really interesting to see how these phrases can fit into such normal activities. It helps me think about them more naturally.
That's exactly what we aim for, making language use feel natural and intuitive. Excellent work today, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon you'll find these phrases popping up effortlessly in your conversations. Let's analyze this fascinating flashcard. What do you see happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows a group of young people exploring a cave. One is crouching near a small stream, examining something in the water, while another is holding a lantern to light up the area. Two others are further in the cave, looking around.
Well described. Let's use some phrases related to exploring and discovering. What phrase would describe their action of moving through the cave?
They are making their way through the cave.
Make their way is perfect. It means to move slowly and carefully through a place. How about the person examining the water? What phrase would describe his action?
He is looking into the water to see what's there.
Exactly. Look into means to investigate something closely. If they find something interesting and decide to inspect it further, what phrase would describe that action?
They would check out the object they found.
Check out fits perfectly. It means to examine something more thoroughly. Suppose they notice something unusual on the cave walls. What phrase would describe their action of observing it?
They would take a closer look at the markings on the walls.
Take a closer look is just right, meaning to look more carefully at something. Finally, when they decide to leave the cave after exploring, what phrase would describe their action?
They would head back out of the cave.
Head back is ideal for describing returning to where they came from. You're doing an amazing job matching these phrases to the scene, Sarah.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Using these phrases with such adventurous scenarios makes it really fun and easier to remember them.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. The more you use these phrases in different contexts, the more natural they'll become for you. Keep up the fantastic work. Sarah, what's happening in this flashcard?
It shows a girl taking pictures and a boy walking among sunflowers. They seem to be enjoying a sunny day.
Lovely setting. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe the girl starting to take photos?
She's snapping away with her camera.
Snap away is ideal. It means to take a lot of photos quickly. And how about the boy? What phrase fits his action as he explores the sunflowers?
He is wandering through the field.
Wander through perfectly captures walking around leisurely and exploring a place. If they decide to look for the best sunflowers, what phrasal verb could we use?
They might pick out the biggest sunflowers.
Pick out means to select or choose carefully. Excellent choice. Suppose the girl sees an especially beautiful sunflower. What phrasal verb describes her action to get a closer look?
She could zero in on that sunflower.
Zero in on means to focus closely on something. That's a great use of the phrase. Lastly, when they finish their visit and leave the field, what phrasal verb would describe this action?
They would head out of the sunflower field.
Head out implies leaving a place to go somewhere else. Fantastic, Sarah. Your understanding of how to use these phrasal verbs in various contexts is really impressive.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Using these phrasal verbs in real scenarios helps me latch onto their meanings more effectively.
I'm glad to hear that. Your progress is evident, and your ability to apply these phrases naturally is exactly what we're aiming for. Keep up the great work. Let's take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It shows two people cooking together in a kitchen. One person is chopping vegetables, while the other is stirring a pot on the stove. They seem to be enjoying themselves.
Great observation. Let's use some phrases to describe their activities. How would you describe the way they're working together?
They are cooking up something delicious together.
Exactly. Cooking up is often used when someone is preparing or making food. Now, how would you describe the person chopping vegetables?
She is cutting up the vegetables for the meal.
Right. Cutting up means to chop or slice food into smaller pieces. What about the person at the stove? What phrase would you use to describe his action?
He is stirring the pot.
Yes, stirring the pot is both literal here and sometimes used figuratively to mean causing a situation to become more exciting or complicated. What phrase could we use to describe their teamwork in preparing this meal?
They are working hand in hand in the kitchen.
Perfect. Working hand in hand means cooperating closely with someone to achieve something. Lastly, when they finally finish cooking, what phrase could describe their sense of accomplishment?
They could take pride in the meal they've made.
Exactly. Take pride means to feel satisfied or happy with something you've accomplished. You've done an excellent job today, Sarah. How are you feeling about the phrases we've practiced?
I feel great. These phrases really help me describe things more clearly, and they're fun to use in different situations.
That's fantastic. You're really grasping these phrases, and the more you practice, the more natural they'll become in your conversations. Keep up the excellent work. Here we are with another intriguing setting. Describe what's going on in this flashcard, Sarah.
This image shows a young man in a laundromat. He's waiting for his laundry, listening to music, and possibly checking messages on his phone. Another person is in the background, focusing on their laundry task.
Well observed. Let's use phrases to describe their actions. What phrase would you use for the young man's action of waiting while his clothes are being washed?
He is killing time at the laundromat.
Killing time is perfect. It implies waiting or passing time with no urgent agenda. Considering he's listening to music, what phrase could we use for that?
He is tuning out the surroundings.
Tuning out. Excellent. It means ignoring everything else by focusing on something like music. Now, if he starts to check his phone, what phrase fits?
He could be checking up on his messages.
Yes, checking up on something means to look for updates or status. It's a handy phrase. How about the person in the background busily working with the laundry machines? What phrase describes their action?
They are sorting out their laundry.
Sorting out. That's a good choice. It implies organizing or arranging something, which fits perfectly for managing laundry. Lastly, if the first man finishes his laundry and prepares to leave, what phrase would describe his action?
He might pack up his clean clothes.
Pack up is an ideal phrase for collecting and organizing things to go. You're doing fantastic, Sarah. These practical phrases are not only enhancing your vocabulary, but also your understanding of everyday situations.
It's really helpful to use these phrases in such realistic scenarios, Mr. Davis. It makes them easier to remember.
That's exactly the goal, Sarah. Real-world applications make learning stick. Keep up the great effort. Let's look closely at this intriguing flashcard. What's happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows two young people exploring what looks like an abandoned amusement park. They're both holding cameras with flashlights, and they seem to be looking around carefully. There's an old roller coaster and a rusty bus in the background.
Great observation. Let's use some phrases related to exploring and investigating. What phrase would describe their action of moving through the abandoned park?
They are looking around the abandoned park.
Look around is perfect for describing moving through a place to see what's there. How about when they spot something interesting and want to take a closer look?
They would check out the object.
Check out is spot on. It means to investigate something closely. If they take pictures to document what they find, what phrase would describe their action?
They are snapping photos of what they see.
Snap photos is an ideal choice for taking quick pictures. Suppose they discover something unexpected. What phrase would describe their reaction?
They might come upon something unusual.
Come upon is perfect. It means to discover something by chance. Finally, when they decide to leave the park, what phrase would describe their action of carefully exiting the area?
They would head out of the park.
Head out is just right, meaning to leave a place. Sarah, you've done an amazing job matching these phrases to the scene. It really captures the adventurous mood.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Using these phrases in such unique settings makes them more memorable for me.
That's exactly the goal. The more you practice in different contexts, the more natural these phrases will become. Keep up the great work. Let's take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It shows two people cooking together in a kitchen. One person is chopping vegetables, while the other is stirring a pot on the stove. They seem to be enjoying themselves.
Great observation. Let's use some phrases to describe their activities. How would you describe the way they're working together?
They are cooking up something delicious together.
Exactly. Cooking up is often used when someone is preparing or making food. Now, how would you describe the person chopping vegetables?
She is cutting up the vegetables for the meal.
Right. Cutting up means to chop or slice food into smaller pieces. What about the person at the stove? What phrase would you use to describe his action?
He is stirring the pot.
Yes, stirring the pot is both literal here and sometimes used figuratively to mean causing a situation to become more exciting or complicated. What phrase could we use to describe their teamwork in preparing this meal?
They are working hand in hand in the kitchen.
Perfect. Working hand in hand means cooperating closely with someone to achieve something. Lastly, when they finally finish cooking, what phrase could describe their sense of accomplishment?
They could take pride in the meal they've made.
Exactly. Take pride means to feel satisfied or happy with something you've accomplished. You've done an excellent job today, Sarah. How are you feeling about the phrases we've practiced?
I feel great. These phrases really help me describe things more clearly, and they're fun to use in different situations.
That's fantastic. You're really grasping these phrases, and the more you practice, the more natural they'll become in your conversations. Keep up the excellent work. Here we are with another intriguing setting. Describe what's going on in this flashcard, Sarah.
This image shows a young man in a laundromat. He's waiting for his laundry, listening to music, and possibly checking messages on his phone. Another person is in the background, focusing on their laundry task.
Well observed. Let's use phrases to describe their actions. What phrase would you use for the young man's action of waiting while his clothes are being washed?
He is killing time at the laundromat.
Killing time is perfect. It implies waiting or passing time with no urgent agenda. Considering he's listening to music, what phrase could we use for that?
He is tuning out the surroundings.
Tuning out. Excellent. It means ignoring everything else by focusing on something like music. Now, if he starts to check his phone, what phrase fits?
He could be checking up on his messages.
Yes, checking up on something means to look for updates or status. It's a handy phrase. How about the person in the background busily working with the laundry machines? What phrase describes their action?
They are sorting out their laundry.
Sorting out. That's a good choice. It implies organizing or arranging something, which fits perfectly for managing laundry. Lastly, if the first man finishes his laundry and prepares to leave, what phrase would describe his action?
He might pack up his clean clothes.
Pack up is an ideal phrase for collecting and organizing things to go. You're doing fantastic, Sarah. These practical phrases are not only enhancing your vocabulary, but also your understanding of everyday situations.
It's really helpful to use these phrases in such realistic scenarios, Mr. Davis. It makes them easier to remember.
That's exactly the goal, Sarah. Real-world applications make learning stick. Keep up the great effort. Let's look closely at this intriguing flashcard. What's happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows two young people exploring what looks like an abandoned amusement park. They're both holding cameras with flashlights, and they seem to be looking around carefully. There's an old roller coaster and a rusty bus in the background.
Great observation. Let's use some phrases related to exploring and investigating. What phrase would describe their action of moving through the abandoned park?
They are looking around the abandoned park.
Look around is perfect for describing moving through a place to see what's there. How about when they spot something interesting and want to take a closer look?
They would check out the object.
Check out is spot on. It means to investigate something closely. If they take pictures to document what they find, what phrase would describe their action?
They are snapping photos of what they see.
Snap photos is an ideal choice for taking quick pictures. Suppose they discover something unexpected. What phrase would describe their reaction?
They might come upon something unusual.
Come upon is perfect. It means to discover something by chance. Finally, when they decide to leave the park, what phrase would describe their action of carefully exiting the area?
They would head out of the park.
Head out is just right, meaning to leave a place. Sarah, you've done an amazing job matching these phrases to the scene. It really captures the adventurous mood.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Using these phrases in such unique settings makes them more memorable for me.
That's exactly the goal. The more you practice in different contexts, the more natural these phrases will become. Keep up the great work. Describe this lively scene, Sarah.
It's a winter scene with a young couple ice skating together on a frozen pond. They seem very happy and energetic.
That's a wonderful description. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe them starting their skating session?
They kick off their skating with enthusiasm.
Perfect. Kick off indeed captures the start of an activity with energy. As they skate together and help each other maintain balance, what phrasal verb describes their supportive actions?
They are looking out for each other.
Yes. Look out means to watch over and take care of someone. What about when they try some skating tricks or moves?
They might try out some new moves on the ice.
Try out is used to attempt or test something new, like skating moves. Very good. Suppose one of them slips and falls. What phrasal verb could describe the other helping them up?
They would pick up their partner from the ice.
Pick up works well here, meaning to help someone to stand. Lastly, when they decide to take a break and drink some hot chocolate, what phrasal verb would describe this action?
They might head off to the warming hut for a break.
Head off means to go towards a particular direction, typically when leaving. Excellent, Sarah. You're using these phrasal verbs very effectively to depict real-life situations.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These phrases really spice up our conversations and make them more vivid.
I agree, Sarah. You're doing an excellent job integrating them into our lessons. Keep practicing and you'll find them even easier to use. Let's take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It shows two people in separate canoes, paddling through a calm lake surrounded by trees. The reflections on the water are beautiful, and I even see a small cat sitting in one of the canoes.
Great eye for detail. Let's use some phrases to describe this serene scene. How would you describe their action of moving through the water?
They are paddling along the lake.
Perfect. Paddling along conveys the gentle and steady movement of their canoes through the water. What phrase could describe their experience in such a calm and peaceful environment?
They are soaking up the peaceful atmosphere.
Exactly. Soaking up is a phrase used to describe enjoying or absorbing an experience fully. Now, considering the way they are navigating the lake, what phrase could you use if they are moving in sync with each other?
They are in harmony as they paddle.
Right. In harmony is a great phrase to describe moving or acting together smoothly and without conflict. If they decide to explore a new part of the lake, what phrase might you use?
They could venture off to explore the other side of the lake.
Yes, venture off means to go on a new journey, often into unknown or unexplored areas. Lastly, if they reflect on the peaceful day at the end of their canoeing trip, what phrase would describe this reflection?
They might look back on the relaxing time they had on the lake.
Perfect. Look back on means to remember or reflect on a past experience. You've done an amazing job today, Sarah. How are you feeling about the phrases we've covered?
I feel like I'm getting much more comfortable using them. The pictures really help me imagine the context and understand how to use each phrase.
That's exactly what these lessons are designed to do. You're applying the phrases wonderfully, and it's clear that you're gaining confidence. Keep it up. Let's take a fresh look at this scene with your new perspective. Describe what's happening here.
In this image, the young boy is energetically running up the escalator, while the man appears to be hurrying in another direction, possibly late or in a rush.
That's a great reinterpretation. What phrase would you use to describe the boy's action of energetically moving upwards?
He is racing up the escalator.
Racing up is a vivid description. It suggests a fast and purposeful ascent. How about the man? Since he's moving in a different direction, what phrase fits his action?
He could be hurrying off in the opposite direction.
Hurrying off perfectly captures his action. It implies moving quickly and possibly urgently away from something or to another place. Considering the busy mall environment, what phrase would describe the general movement of the crowd?
They are swarming through the mall.
Swarming through gives a sense of a large, busy movement, much like bees moving in a hive. That's an excellent choice. If the boy reaches his destination, what phrase would you use to describe him stopping to wait for someone?
He might pull up at the top to wait.
That's right. Pull up often means to stop or pause after moving. Lastly, if the man navigates through the crowd to catch an appointment or meet someone, what phrase could describe his focused movement?
He would be making his way through the crowd.
Making his way. Excellent. It suggests he is proceeding with intention through an obstacle, which, in this case, is the crowded mall. Wonderful job again, Sarah. This new interpretation provides a completely different dynamic to the scene.
I really like seeing how the context can change the phrases we use. It's fun to explore different scenarios.
That's the beauty of language, Sarah. Different perspectives can change the narrative. You're doing an excellent job adapting to these scenarios. Keep up the good work. Let's explore this colorful new flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows two young women working in a beautiful garden. One is kneeling and planting flowers, while the other is standing and watering the plants with a watering can. There are flowers and greenery everywhere, making the garden look vibrant.
Excellent description. Let's apply some phrases related to gardening and taking care of plants. What phrase would describe the woman's action of putting the flowers into the soil?
She is planting up the flowers in the garden bed.
Plant up is a great choice. It means to arrange and put plants in a particular place. How about the woman with the watering can? What phrase would describe her action?
She is watering down the flowers.
Perfect. Water down works well to describe the act of applying water to plants. If they decide to remove weeds from the garden, what phrase would describe this action?
They would weed out the unwanted plants.
Exactly. Weed out means to remove unwanted plants. Suppose they want to trim some overgrown branches. What phrase would describe their action of cutting back the plants?
They would prune back the branches to keep the plants healthy.
Prune back is perfect. It means to trim a plant to help it grow better. Finally, if they finish planting and admire their work, what phrase would describe them looking at the garden with satisfaction?
They would look over their garden and enjoy the view.
Look over fits perfectly, meaning to examine or admire something closely. Sarah, you're doing a fantastic job using these phrases in gardening scenarios. It really brings the scene to life.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Learning phrases like these makes me feel more confident in describing different activities.
That's wonderful to hear. Keep practicing and using these phrases in context, and you'll master them in no time. Great job today. What does this flashcard show, Sarah?
It's a winter scene with two friends skiing downhill. They look like they're having a lot of fun.
Indeed, it's a joyful scene. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe them beginning their ski down the slope?
They are kicking off their ski run.
Kick off is just right. It means to start something, typically an event or activity. As they ski, what phrase could describe how they maneuver through the skiers and obstacles?
They might weave through the other skiers and obstacles.
Weave through captures the action of moving skillfully in and out of obstacles. Excellent. What about when they use their ski poles to gain more speed?
They are pushing off with their poles to go faster.
Push off is perfect, used to describe using some force to propel oneself forward. Imagine one of them falls but quickly gets up to continue. What phrasal verb fits this situation?
He would pick himself up and keep skiing.
Exactly. Pick oneself up means to stand up again after a fall, both literally and metaphorically. Lastly, when they finish their run and relax in the ski lodge, what phrasal verb describes them unwinding?
They would chill out in the lodge.
Chill out. Very apt for both relaxing and the cold environment of skiing. You've done a remarkable job today, Sarah. Each scenario helps you understand and remember these phrasal verbs effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These real-life examples really help me lock in the meanings.
That's the spirit, Sarah. You're grasping these concepts quickly. Keep up the good work. What do you see in this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows two people hiking through a forest with bright red autumn leaves. One is pointing toward a mountain in the distance. There's also a white cat sitting nearby, which is kind of cute.
That's a lovely description. Let's work with some phrases to describe their adventure. Starting with the person pointing at the mountain, what phrase would you use for their action?
He is pointing the way toward their destination.
Exactly. Pointing the way can mean showing someone where to go or what direction to take. How about the hikers themselves? What phrase could describe their journey?
They are hiking through the autumn forest.
Perfect. Hiking through describes moving on foot through a natural area like a forest or mountain. Now, considering the breathtaking view they're admiring, what phrase would describe their appreciation of the scene?
They are taking in the sights.
Right. Taking in the sights means to observe and enjoy the scenery. If they reach the mountain they're aiming for, what phrase would describe their action of reaching their goal?
They would make it to the top.
Yes, make it to the top is a great way to express achieving a goal, especially one that requires effort. Lastly, after completing their hike and returning to where they started, what phrase would describe their return?
They would head back to where they began.
Exactly. Head back means to return to a starting point or place. You're doing an excellent job with these phrases, Sarah. How do you feel about today's practice?
I'm feeling confident. These phrases are becoming easier to use, and I really enjoy connecting them to these beautiful scenes.
That's wonderful to hear. You're making great progress, and it's clear you're getting more comfortable with these phrases. Keep it up. This next flashcard is quite adventurous. What do you see happening here, Sarah?
This image shows two people ziplining through a forest. They look thrilled, enjoying the rush and the beautiful scenery.
That's a wonderful description. Let's use phrases to express their actions. What phrase would you use to describe their activity of traveling on the zip line?
They are zipping through the forest.
Zipping through is just right. It vividly captures the speed and motion of ziplining. How about their reaction to the excitement and thrill?
They are thrilling to the adventure.
Thrilling to is an interesting choice, however. We usually say someone is thrilled by something, which means they are excited or stimulated by it. Now, if they admire the view while moving, what phrase would you use?
They are taking in the views.
Perfect. Taking in implies absorbing or enjoying the scenery. Imagine they are shouting to each other over the wind. What phrase could describe that?
They might be calling out to each other.
Calling out. Excellent for when you need to speak loudly to be heard over some distance or noise. Lastly, if they reach the end of the zip line and come to a stop, what phrase could we use?
They would pull up at the platform.
Pull up is a great choice. It often means to come to a stop at a destination. Fantastic job, Sarah. You're using these phrases like a pro.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These flashcards make it fun to learn different ways to use English phrases.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Your ability to apply what you've learned is improving with every session. Keep up the great work. Let's explore this new flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a young man sitting at a table outside a garage, which has a sign that says, Garage Sale. He seems to be selling items, like books and knickknacks. A young woman is standing in front of the table, looking at the items, and another person is browsing inside the garage.
Excellent observation. Let's use some phrases related to selling and shopping. What phrase would describe the man's action of offering items for sale?
He is putting up the items for sale.
Put up is perfect for setting items out for others to buy. How about the young woman in front of the table? What phrase could describe her action of looking through the items?
She is looking over the items on display.
Look over works well, meaning to examine something carefully. If she finds something she likes and wants to ask about the price, what phrase would describe that action?
She would ask about the price.
Ask about is exactly right, meaning to inquire for more information. Suppose she decides to negotiate the price. What phrase would describe her trying to get a better deal?
She might haggle over the price of the item.
Haggle over is a great choice. It means to discuss and bargain for a better price. Finally, when she decides to buy something, what phrase would describe her action?
She would pick out an item to purchase.
Pick out is perfect for selecting something to buy. Sarah, you've done an excellent job applying these phrases in a shopping context. It really brings the scene to life.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I love learning these phrases through different scenarios. It helps me understand how to use them naturally.
That's wonderful to hear. Using these phrases in varied contexts is the key to mastering them. Keep up the great work. Sarah, take a look at this serene flashcard. What do you see?
It's a beautiful morning scene with people kayaking down a misty river at sunrise. It looks very peaceful.
It sure does. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe how they started their journey on the river?
They might have set out at sunrise.
Set out is excellent for starting a trip or journey. As they paddle through the mist, what phrasal verb would you use to describe their movement through the water?
They are gliding through the river.
Glide through perfectly captures the smooth, effortless motion. Suppose they encounter areas with stronger currents. What phrase can describe how they handle these?
They would navigate through the rougher parts.
Exactly. Navigate through means to find a path or way through something challenging. Let's imagine they see wildlife along the riverbank. What phrasal verb could describe them pausing to watch?
They might pull over to get a better look.
Pull over usually refers to stopping a vehicle, but it fits well for kayaks too, suggesting they stop to observe. Finally, when they reach the end of their journey, what phrasal verb describes their action?
They would wind up their kayaking trip.
Wind up indeed, signaling the end of their adventure. Wonderful use of phrasal verbs, Sarah. These natural settings really help bring the language to life.
I really enjoy how these phrases paint a picture of the action, Mr. Davis. It makes it easier to remember and use them.
I'm glad to hear that. Your ability to relate these phrases to vivid imagery is fantastic. Keep practicing like this, and you'll master them in no time. What do we have on this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows two people in a hot air balloon floating above a beautiful landscape during sunset. They seem to be enjoying the view.
That's a splendid description. Let's use some phrases to articulate their experience. How would you describe their action of traveling in a hot air balloon?
They are soaring above the landscape.
Exactly. Soaring above is a great phrase for moving gracefully through the air. Given the calm and peaceful setting, what phrase would describe their action of quietly observing the world below?
They are taking in the view.
Right. Taking in the view perfectly captures the act of observing and enjoying the scenery. As they move across the sky, what phrase could we use to describe their gradual travel over various landscapes?
They are drifting across the countryside.
Yes, drifting across conveys a gentle, unhurried movement through the air. If they were to discuss how different the world looks from up there, what phrase might they use?
They could be exchanging perspectives.
That's an insightful use of the phrase exchanging perspectives, meaning to share different views or experiences. Finally, if they start to descend as the sun sets, what phrase would describe this action?
They would come down as the day ends.
Exactly. Come down can refer to the descent of the balloon. Great job today, Sarah. How are you feeling about the phrases we've covered?
I'm really getting a good grasp on how to use them. These images make the phrases so much more vivid and understandable.
That's wonderful to hear. Your fluency and ability to apply these phrases in context are improving impressively. Keep up the excellent work. This is a delightful scene. What can you tell us about what's happening in this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows a young couple at an outdoor cafe, laughing and enjoying a conversation. The man is holding a smartphone, maybe showing something funny.
That's a great start. Let's use phrases to describe their actions and the setting. What phrase would you use for their action of sharing a laugh?
They are laughing over something amusing.
Laughing over is perfect. It suggests sharing a moment of humor or joy. Now, considering they are sitting at a cafe, what phrase could describe their activity of spending time together there?
They are hanging out at the cafe.
Hanging out. Yes, that's a casual phrase for spending time in a relaxed manner with someone else. If they are discussing multiple topics while enjoying their coffee, what phrase would fit?
They might be chatting away.
Absolutely. Chatting away is a wonderful way to describe having a lively or long conversation. If the man is showing the woman content on his phone, what phrase would you use?
He is showing off something interesting on his phone.
Showing off works well here. It means proudly displaying something. Finally, if they plan to visit another place after their cafe time, what phrase could capture that?
They might head off to their next destination.
Head off. That's excellent for saying they are leaving for another location. Well done, Sarah. Your understanding of how to use these phrases in various scenarios continues to impress.
I'm finding these exercises really helpful, Mr. Davis. It's like putting puzzle pieces together in sentences.
That's exactly right, and you're becoming quite skilled at it. Keep practicing, and these phrases will soon be a natural part of your everyday English. Great work today. Let's analyze this intriguing flashcard. What do you see happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows two young men in an attic filled with old boxes and trunks. One of them is holding a lantern, and they've just opened a large trunk filled with what looks like old books and papers.
Well observed. Let's use some phrases related to exploring and discovering. What phrase could describe their action of looking through the trunk?
They are digging through the trunk.
Dig through is perfect. It means searching carefully through something. How about when they find something interesting among the papers? What phrase would describe their reaction?
They might come across an old journal or photo.
Come across is an excellent choice, meaning to find something unexpectedly. Suppose they decide to examine a particular item more closely. What phrase would describe this action?
They would look over the item to see what it is.
Look over fits well. It means to inspect something carefully. If they think the item is valuable or important, what phrase could describe their decision to keep it?
They would set aside the item for safekeeping.
Set aside is spot on. It means to put something in a special place for future use. Lastly, when they're done searching and decide to leave the attic, what phrase would describe their action?
They would pack up everything and leave.
Pack up is perfect for gathering things and preparing to leave. You've done an amazing job applying these phrases, Sarah. It really brings the scene to life.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These phrases help me visualize the actions better, making it easier to remember them.
That's exactly why we're doing this. Connecting phrases to scenarios helps solidify their meanings. Keep it up, and you'll be a master of using these phrases in no time. Great work today. Let's explore this flashcard, Sarah. Can you describe what's happening?
It shows two girls on a Ferris wheel at night. They seem really excited, especially the one pointing at the city lights.
That's a vibrant scene. What idiomatic phrasal verb could we use to describe how they are enjoying the ride?
They are soaking up the atmosphere.
Soak up is perfect. It means to fully enjoy or absorb an experience. And what phrasal verb fits the action of the girl pointing out various sights?
She's pointing out different landmarks.
Yes, point out is used to indicate or show something specifically. Now suppose they've been on the ride a few times. What phrasal verb could describe their decision to go for another round?
They might go for another ride.
Go for is used to indicate choosing to do something again. Nicely done. As they continue to ride and chat, what phrasal verb describes them sharing stories?
They could be swapping stories as they ride.
Swap stories is a great choice, indicating exchanging experiences or tales. Finally, when their ride ends and they leave the Ferris wheel, what phrasal verb could we use for their action?
They would head off from the ride.
Head off means to begin to go in a particular direction, especially when leaving. You're doing wonderfully, Sarah. Seeing how these phrasal verbs fit into everyday adventures like this makes your understanding deeper.
These examples really light up the meanings for me, Mr. Davis. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Sarah. Your ability to connect these verbs to real-life scenarios is impressive. Keep up the excellent work. What does this flashcard depict, Sarah?
It shows two people horseback riding across a beautiful field with mountains in the background. They seem really joyful.
An idyllic scene indeed. Let's apply some phrases to describe their experience. Starting with the person on the white horse, what phrase would you use for his energetic riding?
He is galloping along through the field.
Right. Galloping along is a great phrase to describe moving quickly and freely on horseback. What about the way they are exploring the landscape together? What phrase would describe that?
They are riding out on an adventure.
Perfect. Riding out can mean to ride a horse on a journey, especially to explore or enjoy the surroundings. Considering the open space around them, what phrase could we use to describe their movement across the vast landscape?
They could be covering ground.
Yes, covering ground means to travel a distance, particularly through an area. If they stop to admire the view, what phrase would describe their action of taking a break to enjoy the scenery?
They might take it all in.
Exactly. Take it all in is used to fully absorb or appreciate what one is experiencing. Finally, if they return to their starting point after a long ride, what phrase would you use?
They would circle back.
Right. Circle back means to return to a previous location or point in a conversation. Fantastic use of the phrases today, Sarah. How do you feel about them?
I feel like these phrases really help me understand and describe the actions better. It makes the language come alive.
That's wonderful to hear. Your understanding of these phrases shows great improvement, and your ability to contextualize them is impressive. Keep up the great work. This is a delightful scene. What can you tell us about what's happening in this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows a young couple at an outdoor cafe, laughing and enjoying a conversation. The man is holding a smartphone, maybe showing something funny.
That's a great start. Let's use phrases to describe their actions and the setting. What phrase would you use for their action of sharing a laugh?
They are laughing over something amusing.
Laughing over is perfect. It suggests sharing a moment of humor or joy. Now, considering they are sitting at a cafe, what phrase could describe their activity of spending time together there?
They are hanging out at the cafe.
Hanging out. Yes, that's a casual phrase for spending time in a relaxed manner with someone else. If they are discussing multiple topics while enjoying their coffee, what phrase would fit?
They might be chatting away.
Absolutely. Chatting away is a wonderful way to describe having a lively or long conversation. If the man is showing the woman content on his phone, what phrase would you use?
He is showing off something interesting on his phone.
Showing off works well here. It means proudly displaying something. Finally, if they plan to visit another place after their cafe time, what phrase could capture that?
They might head off to their next destination.
Head off. That's excellent for saying they are leaving for another location. Well done, Sarah. Your understanding of how to use these phrases in various scenarios continues to impress.
I'm finding these exercises really helpful, Mr. Davis. It's like putting puzzle pieces together in sentences.
That's exactly right, and you're becoming quite skilled at it. Keep practicing, and these phrases will soon be a natural part of your everyday English. Great work today! Let's take a closer look at this flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman sitting together in a cozy cafe. The man is holding an open book, and the woman looks like she's listening intently, as if he's reading something to her.
Excellent observation. Let's use some phrases related to reading and spending time together. What phrase would describe the man's action with the book?
He is reading out a passage from the book.
Read out is perfect. It means to read something aloud for others to hear. How about the woman's reaction? What phrase could describe her attentive expression?
She seems to be taking in every word.
Exactly. Take in means to absorb or pay close attention to what someone is saying. Suppose they discuss what he just read. What phrase would describe their action of talking about it?
They might talk over the meaning of the passage.
Talk over is spot on. It means to discuss something in detail. If they decide to stay longer and enjoy the cafe atmosphere, what phrase would describe this action?
They would hang around for a while.
Hang around is the perfect choice. It's used when you stay in a place without a particular purpose other than enjoying it. Finally, when they decide to leave the cafe, what phrase would describe their action of getting ready to go?
They would wrap up their time at the cafe.
Wrap up is just right. It means to finish an activity or conversation. You're doing a fantastic job, Sarah. Using phrases like these makes your descriptions feel natural and expressive.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Practicing with these scenarios really helps me understand how to use the phrases in different situations.
That's exactly the idea. Keep practicing, and you'll be using these phrases effortlessly in your everyday conversations. Great work today. What do you see in this new flashcard, Sarah?
It's a peaceful night scene with a boy and a girl roasting marshmallows by a campfire. The sky is full of stars.
That's beautifully described. Let's use idiomatic phrasal verbs to talk about their camping activities. What phrasal verb could we use to describe them gathering around the campfire?
They might be huddling around the campfire.
Right. Huddle around is perfect to describe gathering closely together in a group. It adds a sense of intimacy and warmth. Now, as they prepare the marshmallows, what phrasal verb could describe the boy handling the sticks?
He could be fixing up the sticks with marshmallows.
Exactly. Fix up means to prepare or arrange. And what about the girl? How can we describe her starting to roast her marshmallow?
She's kicking off the roasting.
Kickoff is typically used to start an event or activity, so that's a great choice. As the night goes on, what phrasal verb would describe them continuing to enjoy the campfire and conversation?
They would carry on chatting and enjoying the fire.
Perfect. Carry on means to continue an activity. Suppose they decide to toast more marshmallows after finishing the first batch. What phrasal verb fits that action?
They could whip up more marshmallows.
Whip up usually means to quickly create or prepare something, ideal for making more snacks. Finally, when they decide it's time to sleep, what phrasal verb describes wrapping up their campfire night?
They might wind down the evening and head to their tent.
Wind down is wonderful for indicating they are ending the activities of the day. Fantastic job, Sarah. You're really getting the hang of using these phrasal verbs in vivid, real-life contexts.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These examples really help me get the feel of phrasal verbs and where to use them.
You're making great progress, Sarah. I'm pleased to see how you're applying these lessons. Keep it up. This new flashcard presents a tranquil scene. What do you see, Sarah?
It shows two boys fishing at a lake. One is standing and casting his line, while the other is sitting and watching the water. The sunset makes the scene look really peaceful.
You've captured it beautifully. Let's use some phrases to describe their activities. Starting with the boy casting his line, what phrase could we use?
He is casting out his fishing line.
Exactly. Casting out means to throw or send something out, which fits perfectly here. What about the other boy? How would you describe his action of sitting and watching attentively?
He is keeping an eye out for any sign of fish.
Right. Keeping an eye out means to watch carefully for something. Considering they're spending time in such a serene setting, what phrase would describe their overall activity?
They are enjoying the great outdoors.
Perfect. Enjoying the great outdoors is a phrase often used to express taking pleasure in outdoor activities. If one of them catches a fish, what phrase could we use to describe his success?
He would have reeled in a big one.
Yes, reeled in is commonly used to indicate successfully pulling in a fish. Lastly, if they talk about their day and the fun they've had, what phrase would describe this?
They might swap stories about their fishing experiences.
Exactly. Swap stories means to take turns telling each other tales or experiences. You're doing exceptionally well with these phrases, Sarah. How do you feel about today's lesson?
I love how these phrases help me express ideas more naturally. It feels like I'm really improving.
You certainly are, and I'm impressed with your progress. Keep it up, and you'll find yourself using these phrases effortlessly in no time. Here we have a charming scene. What's happening in this flashcard, Sarah?
It looks like a couple is enjoying a bike ride together through a park. It's sunny, and the park is full of flowers and people.
That's beautifully described. Let's use some phrases to talk about their activity. What phrase could you use to describe their action of riding bikes together?
They are cycling through the park.
Cycling through is ideal. It gives the sense of moving around on bicycles. How about the interaction they are having? What phrase fits that?
They might be chatting away as they ride.
Perfect. Chatting away means they are talking freely and enjoyably. Given the setting, if they take a moment to appreciate their surroundings, what phrase would we use?
They are taking in the scenery.
Yes, taking in is used to describe absorbing or fully appreciating something visually or emotionally. Suppose they decide to stop and rest or look at something more closely. What phrase would you use?
They could pull over to enjoy a view.
Pull over. Exactly right for stopping their bikes to spend more time at a spot. Lastly, if they continue riding and exploring different parts of the park, what phrase could describe that action?
They might ride on to explore more areas.
Ride on is a simple yet expressive phrase for continuing their journey. Wonderful application of phrases, Sarah. You're consistently using them in ways that really bring these scenes to life.
I really enjoy visualizing these situations and figuring out how to describe them with phrases. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
You're most welcome, Sarah. It's fantastic to see how much you've improved. Keep practicing like this and you'll find using English phrases becomes second nature. Great job today. Let's take a look at this new flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman building a sandcastle on a sunny beach. They both look focused on shaping the sand, and there's a bucket nearby.
Great description. Let's use some phrases related to building and creating. What phrase could describe their action of shaping the sandcastle?
They are building up the sandcastle.
Build up is an excellent choice, meaning to create or construct something gradually. How about when they are forming the small towers? What phrase would you use?
They are shaping out the towers.
Shape out fits perfectly for giving a specific form to something. Suppose they decide to add some water to strengthen the sand. What phrase would describe this action?
They might pour in some water from the bucket.
Pour in is spot on. It's used when adding liquid into something. If they carefully place small details on top of the castle, what phrase would describe this action?
They would be adding on the finishing touches.
Add on is just right, meaning to include additional parts or details. Lastly, when they complete the sandcastle, what phrase would describe their action of stepping back to look at their creation?
They would look over their finished sandcastle.
Look over is perfect for examining or admiring something closely. Fantastic job, Sarah. You're consistently using phrases that fit each scenario well.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These phrases help me understand how to describe activities in detail. It's really fun.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Describing activities vividly brings the language to life. Keep practicing, and soon using these phrases will feel completely natural. Great job today. Sarah, take a look at this flashcard. Can you describe what you see?
Yes, Mr. Davis. It shows a boy and a girl biking through a forest. The trees have beautiful autumn colors.
That's a lovely description. Let's use idiomatic phrasal verbs to talk about their activity. What phrasal verb could describe the boy and girl as they start their bike ride into the forest?
They could be setting off on their ride.
Excellent, Sarah. Set off perfectly captures the idea of beginning a journey or trip. Now, as they continue along the path, what phrasal verb could we use to describe how they're managing to navigate through the dense forest?
They might be making their way through the forest.
Right. Make one's way is used to describe progressing through a place. How about if they need to avoid obstacles like rocks or fallen branches?
They would steer clear of the obstacles.
Perfect. Steer clear means to avoid something. Now, imagine they reach a part where the path splits. What phrasal verb could describe their decision to choose a path?
They could branch off onto a different path.
Exactly. Branch off is used to indicate taking a different or new direction. Lastly, when they finish their ride and return home, what phrasal verb would describe them concluding their activity?
They would wind up their bike ride.
Wind up is a great choice, meaning to bring something to an end. You've done a fantastic job applying these phrasal verbs, Sarah. It's important to see how these expressions can be used in everyday situations.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These sessions really help me grasp the usage of phrasal verbs more naturally.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon using them will become second nature. Your improvement is impressive. Take a look at this new flashcard, Sarah. What's happening here?
It shows two hikers on a coastal trail. One is taking photos of the ocean view, and the other seems excited by the scenery.
An excellent scene to explore with our phrases. Starting with the hiker using the camera, what phrase could we use to describe what he's doing?
He is capturing the moment.
Perfect. Capturing the moment is a great way to describe taking photos to remember a scene or event. What about the other hiker? How would you describe her reaction to the scenery?
She is taking it all in.
Exactly. Taking it all in means to fully absorb or appreciate what one is experiencing. Now, thinking about their journey along the trail, what phrase would describe their exploration?
They are blazing a trail.
Right. Blazing a trail can mean to forge ahead in a new direction or to do something pioneering. Since they're exploring the coast, what phrase would you use if they stayed longer at a particularly beautiful spot?
They might linger over the view.
Yes, linger over means to stay somewhere longer than necessary because it's enjoyable. Lastly, if they meet other hikers along the way and share experiences, what phrase would describe this interaction?
They could be exchanging stories.
That's right. Exchanging stories is a phrase used when people share their experiences or tales with each other. You've used the phrases wonderfully today, Sarah. Do you think these help you understand and use English better?
Yes, definitely. Using these phrases makes me feel more confident about speaking English in different situations.
That's exactly what I hope for. Your fluency and confidence are improving with every lesson. Keep up the great effort. What a dynamic scene we have here, Sarah. Tell me what's going on in this flashcard.
It shows a young man doing a skateboard trick in the air while another watches. They're in a busy urban area, perhaps a city square.
That's an exciting description. Let's use phrases to talk about their actions. What phrase would you use to describe the skateboarder's action?
He is pulling off a skateboard trick.
Pulling off is a great choice. It means successfully completing something difficult or impressive. How about the person observing? What phrase fits his action?
He seems to be looking on as his friend skates.
Looking on. Exactly right. It's used when someone is watching something happen without participating. Now, considering the skateboarder is performing a trick among the crowd, what phrase could we use to describe his movement through the area?
He might be navigating through the crowd.
Navigating through is perfect for moving skillfully around obstacles. If the onlookers are cheering him on, what phrase would describe their support?
They are cheering on the skateboarder.
Cheering on. Yes, that phrase means to support someone with shouts or cheers. Lastly, if the skateboarder lands his trick and rides away, what phrase could capture that moment?
He would skate off after the trick.
Skate off is a casual way to say someone left or moved away on a skateboard. Brilliant work, Sarah. These phrases are not only increasing your vocabulary but also helping you connect with different contexts vividly.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I find it really helpful to imagine these scenarios while learning the phrases.
That's the spirit. Visual learning can be very effective. Keep practicing, and soon these phrases will come to you naturally in conversations. Great job today. Let's analyze this new flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman cooking together in a cozy kitchen. The man is chopping vegetables, and the woman is stirring something in a pot.
Great description. Let's add some phrases to their actions. What phrase would describe the man's action of cutting the vegetables?
He is chopping up the vegetables.
Chop up is perfect for describing cutting food into small pieces. Now, how about the woman's action with the pot? What phrase would describe that?
She is stirring up the ingredients in the pot.
Stir up is a good choice, as it means to mix ingredients by moving a spoon or spatula around. If they decide to add some spices, what phrase could describe this action?
They would sprinkle on some spices.
Sprinkle on is exactly right. It means to lightly scatter or add something over the top. Suppose they taste the food and decide it needs more seasoning. What phrase could describe adjusting the flavors?
They might season up the dish.
Season up works well here. It means to add more flavor by using spices or herbs. Finally, when they finish cooking, what phrase would describe serving the food onto plates?
They would dish out the meal onto plates.
Dish out is the perfect phrase for serving food. Sarah, you've done an excellent job using these cooking-related phrases. It really brings the scene to life.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Using these phrases with visuals helps me understand them better. I'll definitely try to use them when I'm talking about cooking.
That's the idea. Practice using them in real situations, and they'll become part of your everyday language. Great job today. What do we have here in this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows a young man skateboarding and doing a trick in the air, while another young man watches him. They're in a city street during sunset.
Perfect setting for our phrasal verbs. Let's start with the skateboarder. What phrasal verb could describe him performing a trick?
He's pulling off a trick.
Pull off is right on target. It means to successfully manage to do something difficult. Now, think about the friend watching him. What phrasal verb describes him observing attentively?
He's looking on.
Look on means to watch without participating, which is exactly what he's doing. If we imagine they're taking turns to show each other their skills, what phrasal verb describes the action of exchanging turns?
They might take turns skateboarding.
That's a good attempt, Sarah, but let's find a phrasal verb. How about they trade off showing tricks?
Oh, trade off! That means to alternate, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's about alternating roles or tasks. Now, if the skateboarder started learning this trick recently and is now very good at it, which phrasal verb would describe his improvement?
He picked up skateboarding tricks quickly.
Pick up is perfect. It means to learn something new quickly and easily. Lastly, if after the session they decide to leave the area because it's getting dark, what phrasal verb could describe their departure?
They head out from the spot.
Head out means to leave somewhere, particularly for a journey or a purpose. Excellent work today, Sarah. These idiomatic phrasal verbs are really adding flair to your language skills.
It's really fun to see how these verbs fit into different activities, Mr. Davis. It makes the language come alive.
That's what I aim for in our lessons. The more you practice, the more naturally they'll come up in your everyday conversations.
I can't wait to try out these new phrases more often. Thanks for making these lessons so engaging.
You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Keep at it, and soon using idiomatic phrasal verbs will be second nature to you. Look at this flashcard, Sarah. Describe what you see.
It shows two people on a rooftop at night, using a telescope to look at the stars. The city lights are in the background.
Nicely observed. Let's use some phrases to talk about what they're doing. How would you describe what they're doing with the telescope?
They are stargazing.
Exactly. Stargazing is the perfect phrase for observing the stars for pleasure. Seeing how one person is pointing something out in the sky, what phrase would describe that action?
He is pointing out a constellation.
Right. Pointing out means to direct someone's attention to something. If they are trying to find a specific star or planet, what phrase could we use?
They could be searching for a particular celestial body.
Yes, searching for implies looking for something specific. Considering their enthusiasm, what phrase would you use if they discover something exciting through the telescope?
They might come across a new discovery.
Perfect. Come across can mean to find something either by chance or while searching. Lastly, after spending the night exploring the stars, what phrase would describe their action of sharing their findings?
They would share their insights with each other or with friends.
Exactly. Share their insights is a great way to express exchanging knowledge or discoveries. Well done, Sarah. How do you feel about the phrases we've used today?
They really help make the scenarios come alive. I can almost see myself there with them.
That's fantastic to hear. Engaging with the material visually and linguistically like this will really help cement your learning. Keep up the great work. Look at this scene, Sarah. It's quite different from the others we've seen today. What's happening here?
This image shows two people, probably friends or roommates, in a room filled with boxes. It looks like they are moving into a new apartment.
That's an excellent observation. Let's apply some phrases to describe their activities. What phrase could we use for their action of transferring items from one place to another?
They are moving in to their new home.
Moving in is the perfect phrase for this situation. It refers to the process of settling into a new living space. Considering one of them is holding a box, what phrase would describe his action?
He is packing up the boxes.
Well, since they are unloading, he might actually be unpacking the boxes, which means removing items from boxes after moving. If they organize the room and arrange furniture, what phrase would describe that activity?
They could be setting up the living room.
Yes, setting up is used for arranging or preparing something, especially in a new environment. Now, if they finish unloading and start to relax, what phrase would fit that transition?
They might settle in for a break.
Settle in is great. It means to become comfortable in a new place. Finally, if they reflect on the work they've done and plan what to do next, which phrase would you use?
They would look over what's left to do.
Look over implies reviewing or examining something carefully. You're really getting adept at applying these phrases, Sarah. Your fluency and understanding have improved significantly.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I feel much more confident using these phrases in conversation now.
You should be proud, Sarah. It's clear you're putting a lot of effort into your learning. Keep up the fantastic work. Let's dive into this next flashcard. What's happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman shopping for clothes. The woman is holding up a white shirt, as if she's asking for the man's opinion. The man is looking at her thoughtfully.
Great observation. Now let's use some phrases related to shopping and decision-making. What phrase would describe the woman's action of showing the shirt to the man?
She is holding up the shirt for him to see.
Hold up is perfect for describing showing something to someone. What phrase could describe the man's thoughtful expression?
He seems to be thinking over her choice.
Exactly. Think over means to consider something carefully. Now, if the woman asks for his opinion, what phrase would describe her action of wanting to know what he thinks?
She might ask for his thoughts on the shirt.
Spot on. Ask for fits perfectly when someone is seeking another person's opinion. Suppose they decide not to buy the shirt. What phrase could describe their action of putting it back?
They would put back the shirt on the rack.
Put back is correct, meaning to return something to its original place. Finally, if they find a shirt they both like and decide to buy it, what phrase would describe their action?
They would pick out the shirt to purchase.
Pick out is perfect. It means to select something from a group. Sarah, you've matched these phrases with actions flawlessly. Your understanding of their usage is really strong.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These scenarios make it easier to connect the phrases with real-life situations.
That's what makes them memorable. Keep practicing and you'll soon be using them effortlessly in your conversations. Great job today. Here's a beautiful scene. What do you see in this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows a young couple at sunset, watching the sun go down over the ocean. They seem peaceful and content.
A picturesque setting indeed. Let's use idiomatic phrasal verbs to enhance the description. Starting with their action of arriving at this spot, what phrasal verb could we use?
They might have come across this spot while walking along the coast.
Come across means to find something or someone by chance, which fits perfectly here. Observing the sunset is a calming experience. What phrasal verb describes their action of taking in the view?
They are soaking in the sunset.
Yes, soak in means to fully absorb or enjoy something, typically an experience or scenery. If they remain at the spot until the sun completely sets, what phrasal verb describes them staying until the end of the sunset?
They stick around until the sun sets.
Stick around means to stay in a place for a period of time. Excellent choice. If they discuss their feelings about the beauty of the place, what phrasal verb might describe their deep, meaningful conversation?
They could open up to each other about their feelings.
Open up means to start talking more about something personal or private, which is fitting for a moment like this. And if they decide to return to this spot in the future, what phrasal verb would describe their action?
They might head back to the spot again.
Head back implies returning to a place, correct. Great usage of these idiomatic expressions, Sarah. This helps not only in understanding the language but also in expressing emotions and actions more vividly.
It's really helpful, Mr. Davis. These phrasal verbs paint a picture of what's happening so well.
Absolutely they do. It's like adding colors to your canvas of language. Let's continue painting with more scenarios like these to deepen your understanding and fluency.
I look forward to it, Mr. Davis. It's making me more confident in expressing myself in English.
That's exactly the goal, Sarah. You're catching on really well, and it's a joy to see your progress. Keep practicing, and soon these phrases will become a natural part of your conversation. Take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening here?
It shows two people rollerblading down a sunny path in a city park. They look really happy and energetic.
A vibrant scene indeed. Let's use some phrases to describe their experience. What phrase would you use for how they are moving on their rollerblades?
They are gliding along the path.
Yes, gliding along perfectly captures the smooth, effortless motion of rollerblading. Seeing how they are enjoying themselves, what phrase could describe their emotional state?
They are having the time of their lives.
Exactly. Having the time of their lives means to enjoy oneself immensely. Now consider how they are confidently maneuvering through the park. What phrase would describe their skillful movement?
They are zipping through the crowd.
Right. Zipping through suggests moving swiftly and skillfully around obstacles. How about a phrase to describe their action of taking a route that offers the best views and experiences along the way?
They might be taking the scenic route.
Perfect. Taking the scenic route refers to choosing a path that is more visually interesting, even if it's not the quickest. Lastly, if they were teaching others how to rollerblade, what phrase would describe that action?
They would be showing the ropes.
Indeed, showing the ropes means to teach someone how to do something, especially a job or activity. Excellent work today, Sarah. How are you feeling about these phrases?
I'm getting more comfortable using them. These visuals really help me connect the phrases with real situations.
That's what I aim for. The more you connect phrases to real-life contexts, the easier it becomes to use them naturally. Keep practicing and you'll master them in no time. This next scene is quite homely. Can you describe it for us, Sarah?
Sure, Mr. Davis. It's a picture of two young people cooking breakfast together. One is flipping pancakes, and the other is stirring something in a pot.
Nicely described. Let's use some phrases to talk about their actions. What phrase would you use for the person flipping pancakes?
He is flipping over the pancakes.
Flipping over is correct. It means to turn something to the other side, usually while cooking. And for the other person stirring in the pot, what phrase fits?
She is stirring up the mixture.
Exactly. Stirring up means to mix thoroughly. Now, considering they are making breakfast together, what phrase could we use to describe their collaborative effort?
They are teaming up to make breakfast.
Teaming up. Perfect for indicating cooperation. If they are trying a new recipe, what phrase would describe their attempt?
They might be testing out a new recipe.
Testing out is an excellent choice. It's used when someone tries something to see if it works or tastes good. Lastly, if they successfully make a delicious breakfast, what phrase could describe their accomplishment?
They could whip up a tasty breakfast.
Whip up is just the right phrase. It implies quickly or efficiently preparing something, often food. Fantastic work, Sarah. Your use of phrases is becoming more precise and varied.
Learning these phrases with you is really enhancing my vocabulary, Mr. Davis. I appreciate these lessons a lot.
I'm thrilled to hear that, Sarah. Your progress is evident and your enthusiasm makes teaching a real joy. Keep up the great effort. Let's explore this beautiful flashcard. What's happening in this scene, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman kayaking on a calm river at sunset. The woman is taking photos, and the man is paddling forward.
Wonderful description. Let's use some phrases to talk about what they're doing. What phrase would you use to describe the man's action with the paddle?
He is paddling along the river.
Perfect. Paddle along is a great phrase to indicate moving steadily through water using a paddle. Now, for the woman taking photos, what phrase might describe her action?
She could be snapping pictures of the scenery.
Snap pictures is an ideal choice. It conveys taking quick photographs. Imagine they decide to stop in a peaceful spot and look around. What phrase could describe this action?
They might pull over to the riverbank to take a break.
Pull over works well, indicating they are moving to the side to pause. Suppose they want to enjoy the view and relax for a bit. What phrase would describe their action of resting quietly?
They would soak up the sunset view.
Soak up is a wonderful phrase. It means to fully enjoy or absorb something pleasant. Lastly, when they decide to end their kayaking trip, what phrase would describe their action of turning around and going back?
They would head back upstream to where they started.
Head back fits perfectly, meaning to return to a previous location. Great job, Sarah. You've applied these phrases naturally to the scene again.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Describing these scenarios really helps me understand how to use the phrases in different contexts.
That's the goal. Visualizing situations helps to internalize the language. Keep it up, and you'll be using these phrases effortlessly in no time. Great work today. Let's analyze this vibrant flashcard. What's happening here, Sarah?
It shows a young man and a woman walking through a bustling market at night. There are lots of lights, and the market is full of different stalls.
Great description. Let's use idiomatic phrasal verbs to talk about their experience. Starting with their decision to visit the market, what phrasal verb could we use?
They might have headed out to explore the market.
Head out is perfect, meaning to leave somewhere to go to another place. Looking at the variety of stalls, if they are moving from one booth to another without a specific plan, what phrasal verb describes this action?
They are wandering around the market.
Exactly. Wander around means to walk around slowly without a clear direction or purpose. Now, consider the woman looking at some items very closely, perhaps intrigued by the crafts. What phrasal verb could describe her action?
She is checking out the items.
Check out means to look at something carefully, which is just what she's doing. If they start talking to the stall owners to learn more about the products, what phrasal verb would apply?
They could strike up conversations with the vendors.
Strike up means to start a conversation, often with someone you have just met. Perfect choice. Suppose after their visit they decide to regularly come back to this market. What phrasal verb describes their return?
They might come back regularly.
And if they start recommending this place to their friends?
They'd talk up the market to their friends.
Talk up means to speak favorably about something to encourage others to try it. You're doing a fantastic job using these phrasal verbs in context, Sarah. It really shows how well you're understanding their usage.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These phrases make describing experiences much more vivid and expressive.
Absolutely. And that's a key part of becoming fluent. The more you play around with the language, the more comfortable you'll get. What do you see in this new flashcard, Sarah?
It shows two people walking through a foggy forest. One of them is holding a lantern and pointing ahead, while the other looks on.
That's a wonderful description. Let's use phrases to describe what they're doing. What phrase would you use for the person holding the lantern and leading the way?
He is lighting the way.
Perfect. Lighting the way not only literally means illuminating the path with light, but also figuratively guiding others. Now, considering they are exploring this mysterious environment, what phrase could describe their journey?
They are venturing into the unknown.
Exactly. That phrase captures the essence of stepping into unfamiliar or uncertain areas. Given the atmosphere of the forest, how would you describe their cautious movement through the area?
They are treading lightly.
Right. Treading lightly means to move carefully without causing disturbance or harm. If they are looking around to understand their surroundings better, what phrase would you use?
They might be scanning the surroundings.
Indeed, scanning the surroundings means to look over an area carefully in search of something. Lastly, suppose they hear an unusual sound or spot something interesting. What phrase would describe their reaction?
They could stop in their tracks.
Yes, stop in their tracks is a common phrase used to describe pausing suddenly due to surprise or interest. You've done an excellent job again, Sarah. How do you feel about the phrases we've covered today?
I feel like I'm getting better at using them. These images really help make the phrases stick in my mind.
That's great to hear. Using vivid images and scenarios can definitely make learning more effective and enjoyable. Keep up the good work, Sarah. Let's take a look at this new flashcard. What do you see here, Sarah?
It's a young couple washing a car together. The man is spraying the car with a hose, and the woman is scrubbing the car with a sponge.
Very good. Now let's come up with phrases to describe their teamwork. What phrase can we use for the man using the hose?
He is hosing down the car.
Exactly. Hosing down is perfect. It means to wash something using a strong stream of water. Now, about the woman scrubbing the car, what phrase fits her action?
She is scrubbing up the car.
Scrubbing up works well. It implies cleaning something thoroughly. Considering their fun interaction, if they playfully spray each other with water, what phrase would describe that?
They might splash around.
Splash around is a great choice. It conveys playing with water in a fun and carefree way. Now, if they finish washing the car and are ready to dry it, what phrase could describe their next action?
They would wipe down the car.
Wipe down. That's the phrase we use for drying or cleaning a surface with a cloth. Finally, if they step back to admire their work, what phrase would capture that moment?
They could stand back to check out the car.
Stand back is a useful phrase for moving a little away to get a better view of something. Fantastic job again, Sarah. You're really applying these phrases very well to everyday situations.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. It's really fun to learn how these phrases fit into different activities.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Sarah. Your grasp of contextual language use is improving markedly. Keep it up. Let's examine this vibrant flashcard. What do you see happening here, Sarah?
It shows two young men playing basketball on an outdoor court. One is holding the basketball, ready to make a move, and the other is gesturing as if giving advice or encouragement.
Nicely observed. Let's apply some phrases to their actions. What phrase would you use to describe the young man with the basketball?
He is dribbling the basketball.
Dribble is spot on. It describes the action of bouncing the ball repeatedly while moving. And the other young man, the one gesturing, what phrase might describe his action?
He could be cheering on his friend.
Cheer on is perfect. It means to encourage someone in a sport or other activity. Imagine they finish their game and decide to rest. What phrase could describe their action of taking a break?
They might sit out for a few minutes.
Exactly. Sit out means to take a break from an activity, especially in sports. Now, suppose the player with the ball makes a successful shot. What phrase would describe his action?
He would shoot the ball.
Right. Shoot in basketball refers to attempting to score by throwing the ball toward the basket. After the game, what phrase could describe their action of leaving the court?
They would head off from the court.
Head off means to leave a place, which fits perfectly here. Sarah, your ability to match phrases with actions in these contexts shows excellent language skills. Great work!
These scenarios make the phrases so much clearer. Thanks, Mr. Davis, for making it interesting and fun.
It's my pleasure, Sarah. Engaging with language and context is key to mastering it. Keep up the great work. What do you see in this new flashcard, Sarah?
It shows a young man at a concert, recording the performance on his phone. There are musicians on stage, and the crowd is enjoying the music.
A lively scene indeed. Let's apply some idiomatic phrasal verbs. Starting with the young man recording the concert, which phrasal verb could describe what he's doing?
He's capturing the moment on his phone.
That's a literal description, but let's try to find a phrasal verb. How about zeroing in on the performance with his camera?
Oh, that's a good one. Zero in on means to focus attention on something.
Exactly. And what about the crowd's reaction to the music? What phrasal verb might describe their enthusiastic participation?
They are rocking out to the band.
Rock out perfectly captures their energetic enjoyment of the music. If we think about someone in the crowd who suddenly recognized a friend far across the other side, what phrasal verb would describe their action of making their way through the crowd to greet the friend?
They might squeeze through the crowd to get closer.
Squeeze through fits well, but let's give it a more idiomatic twist. They could push through the crowd.
Push through makes sense, meaning to make one's way forcibly through something.
Yes, now let's imagine after the concert, the young man decides to share the videos he took with friends who couldn't attend. What phrasal verb fits that action?
He could send out the videos to his friends.
Send out, indeed. It means to distribute something widely. Lastly, if the young man uses this experience to become more interested in live music, what phrasal verb would describe him getting more involved in this hobby?
He might dive into going to more live concerts.
Dive into is perfect for describing someone getting deeply involved in a new interest. Excellent work today, Sarah. You're really becoming adept at weaving these idiomatic phrasal verbs into everyday scenarios.
It's really fun, Mr. Davis. These phrases spice up my English and make me think creatively.
That's what learning is all about. Keep this enthusiasm up, and soon you'll be using these phrasal verbs like second nature. What do we see on this flashcard, Sarah?
There are two people snorkeling among colorful coral reefs and tropical fish. The sunlight is filtering through the water, making everything look bright and lively.
That's a beautiful summary. Let's talk about their experience using descriptive phrases. What phrase would you use to describe their action of exploring the coral reefs?
They are diving into the underwater world.
Exactly. Diving into can mean to start doing something with enthusiasm, as well as literally diving into water. How about the way they are moving through the water?
They are gliding through the water.
Right. Gliding through suggests moving smoothly and effortlessly. Observing the rich variety of sea life, what phrase would describe their scrutiny of the marine environment?
They are taking in the sights around them.
Perfect. Taking in means to absorb or fully experience something visually or emotionally. Suppose they are looking for specific types of fish or coral. What phrase would describe their focused search?
They could be on the lookout for rare species.
Yes, on the lookout means to watch carefully for something. After their snorkeling session, they might want to remember this experience. What phrase would describe their action of capturing memories?
They might capture the moment with underwater photography.
That's a great use of the phrase, capture the moment, which means to record or remember a special experience. You're doing an excellent job applying these phrases in real-life scenarios, Sarah. How do you feel about today's lesson?
I'm really enjoying how these phrases can be used in such vivid scenarios. It helps me connect the words with actual experiences.
Wonderful! That's exactly the goal. The more you practice, the more naturally these phrases will come to you. Keep up the good work. Here's our next scene, Sarah. What can you tell me about what's happening in this picture?
It looks like a young couple is grocery shopping together. The man is picking out produce, and the woman is pushing a shopping cart.
Great observation. Let's come up with some phrases to describe their actions and interactions in the supermarket. What phrase would you use for the woman managing the cart?
She is wheeling around the shopping cart.
Wheeling around is just right. It conveys her action of moving the cart through the store. Now, how about the man? What phrase fits his action of selecting vegetables?
He is picking out fresh vegetables.
Yes, picking out suggests choosing carefully among options. Now, if they are discussing what to buy for a meal they're planning, what phrase could describe their conversation?
They might be going over their grocery list.
Going over is a useful phrase for reviewing or discussing details. Imagine they see a new product on sale. What phrase would describe their action of considering whether to buy it?
They could check out the new product.
Excellent choice. Check out can mean to examine or look at something more closely. Finally, if they decide to split up to shop faster, what phrase would describe that?
They would split up to cover more ground.
Split up perfectly captures the idea of dividing their tasks to be more efficient. You've done a fantastic job again today, Sarah. Your ability to apply these phrases in everyday contexts is improving rapidly.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I really enjoy thinking about how these phrases work in different scenarios.
And you're doing wonderfully at it. Each session builds your confidence and fluency in using English effectively. Keep up the great work. Let's look at this captivating flashcard. Describe what's happening in this scene, Sarah.
It shows a young man and woman sitting by a campfire in the forest at night. The man is playing a guitar, and the woman is roasting marshmallows.
Wonderful! Let's apply phrases to describe their actions. What phrase could we use for the man playing the guitar?
He is strumming the guitar.
Exactly. Strum is used to describe the action of playing the guitar by moving fingers across the strings. How about the woman roasting marshmallows?
She is toasting marshmallows.
Perfect toast typically describes cooking something until it's crisp or brown, which fits her action. Now, considering the peaceful setting, what phrase could we use if they decide to stay longer by the fire?
They might settle in by the fire for the evening.
Settle in is an excellent choice here, suggesting they are making themselves comfortable for a while. Suppose they start telling stories or sharing memories. What phrase would describe this activity?
They could be sharing tales around the campfire.
Share tales is wonderfully descriptive and fitting for storytelling. Lastly, when they finally decide to leave the campfire, what phrase could describe their action of extinguishing the fire?
They would put out the fire.
Put out is the correct phrase for safely extinguishing a fire. Sarah, you've done an excellent job again. Using phrases in such vivid scenarios helps reinforce their meanings and usage. Well done.
I really enjoy learning with these visual aids. It makes the phrases stick in my mind. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
You're very welcome, Sarah. Visual learning is a powerful tool. Keep practicing, and soon you'll find these phrases flowing naturally in your conversations. Great work today. Let's move on to this fun scene, Sarah. Can you tell me what's happening in this flashcard?
It shows a boy and a girl enjoying a bumper car ride at an amusement park. They both look really happy and are laughing.
That's a lively description. Let's dive into the idiomatic phrasal verbs. Starting with their decision to ride the bumper cars, which phrasal verb could describe their action of getting into the cars?
They hopped in the bumper cars.
Hop in is perfect. It means to enter a vehicle quickly. What about the action of driving around and trying to bump into each other?
They are messing around with each other in the cars.
Exactly. Mess around means to play or fool around in a casual way. Now, considering how they might be dodging each other's cars, what phrasal verb fits that action?
They might duck out of the way when someone tries to hit them.
Duck out is typically used to mean leave quickly, but in this playful context, it fits as dodging quickly too. If one of them manages to escape a direct hit at the last second, what phrasal verb describes that action?
They pull off a quick escape.
Pull off means to successfully manage a difficult action, which is exactly right for dodging in bumper cars. Finally, after their ride is over and they're leaving the cars, what phrasal verb would describe their action of leaving satisfied?
They climb out feeling thrilled.
Climb out means to exit, which works well here. You've done an excellent job again today, Sarah. You're really nailing down these idiomatic expressions.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I'm having a blast picking up these phrasal verbs. It makes talking about actions so much more fun.
That's the spirit. Learning should be fun, and you're catching on really quickly. Keep practicing, and soon you'll find yourself using them off the cuff. Now, Sarah, take a look at this flashcard. What's happening here?
It shows two people riding camels across the desert. The sunset is in the background, and it looks really peaceful.
That's a beautiful scene. Let's use some phrases to describe their journey. How would you describe the way they are traveling across the desert?
They are traversing the desert.
Right. Traversing means to travel or move across an area. Given the calmness of the scene, what phrase would describe how they are experiencing their ride?
They are soaking in the serene atmosphere.
Exactly. Soaking in means to fully absorb or enjoy the surroundings. How about the phrase to describe their decision to explore the desert despite the challenges?
They might be embracing the adventure.
Perfect. Embracing the adventure suggests they are enthusiastically accepting the challenges that come with their journey. If they come to a point where they need to choose a direction, what phrase would describe that decision?
They would fork off into different paths.
That's right. Fork off refers to diverging into different directions. Finally, as they continue their journey, what phrase could describe their action of leaving behind the familiar to discover new places?
They are venturing into the unknown.
Wonderful! Venturing into the unknown captures the spirit of exploring new and uncertain territories. You've done an excellent job again today, Sarah. How do you feel about these phrases?
I'm really enjoying how these phrases can paint such vivid pictures in my mind. It's like I'm part of the adventure, too.
That's fantastic to hear, Sarah. The more vividly you can imagine these scenarios, the better you'll remember and use these phrases in real conversations. Keep up the great work. Let's analyze this new flashcard, Sarah. Can you describe what's happening in this scene?
It shows two people, possibly exploring a mystical cave with beautiful waterfalls and sparkling lights. It looks magical.
A captivating description, indeed. Now, let's use phrases to express their actions and experiences. What phrase could we use to describe their entry into this enchanting place?
They are stepping into the cave.
Stepping into is perfect. It suggests entering a new or unknown place. How about a phrase for their action of looking around at the wonders of the cave?
They might be marveling at the surroundings.
Yes, marveling at is ideal for expressing amazement or awe. Considering the magical feel of the scene, what phrase could describe their interaction with the environment as they move deeper into the cave?
They are venturing deeper into the cave.
Venturing deeper conveys a sense of exploration and advancing into new territories. If one of them discovers something unexpected, like a hidden path or a rare crystal, what phrase would fit that action?
They could come across a hidden gem.
Come across is a fantastic phrase for finding something unexpectedly. Lastly, if they take a moment to absorb the beauty and tranquility of this place, which phrase could encapsulate that experience?
They might soak in the serene atmosphere.
Soak in beautifully describes absorbing or fully experiencing a moment. Excellent work, Sarah. You've applied these phrases wonderfully to this mystical setting.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. Learning these phrases with such vivid images really helps me remember them.
That's the goal, Sarah. Visuals can greatly enhance our learning experience. Keep practicing, and you'll find it becomes easier to use these phrases in your daily conversations. Great job today. Let's dive into this next flashcard. What do you see happening in this picture, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman walking in a forest. It appears to be raining since the man is holding an umbrella, and the woman is covering her head with her hands.
Good description. Let's use some phrases to describe their actions. Starting with the man holding the umbrella, what phrase would you use?
He is holding up the umbrella.
Hold up fits well, as it describes him keeping the umbrella raised. How about the woman's reaction to the rain? What phrase could describe her action?
She seems to be shying away from the rain.
Shy away is perfect. It means to avoid something you dislike or are reluctant to engage with. Now imagine they decide to leave the forest because of the rain. What phrase would describe their action?
They might head back to their car or home.
Head back is exactly right. It means to return to a place. Suppose they encounter a puddle on their path. What phrase could describe their action of avoiding it?
They would step around the puddle.
Step around is great for describing a movement to avoid something on the ground. Lastly, after they get out of the rain, what phrase could describe their action of drying off?
They could dry off once they're under cover.
Dry off is the ideal phrase here, meaning to remove water from oneself. Wonderful job, Sarah. You're really getting the hang of using these phrases dynamically and contextually.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's exciting to see how these phrases can be applied in so many different situations.
Absolutely, Sarah. It's all about making the language practical and relatable. Your progress is impressive. Keep practicing and exploring how to use these phrases in your conversations. Here's another exciting flashcard, Sarah. Tell me, what do you see happening here?
It looks like two players are engaged in a laser tag game. The boy in the foreground is aiming his laser gun, and the girl in the background is also targeting someone.
A perfect description. Let's apply our idiomatic phrasal verbs. Starting with the boy aiming his gun, which phrasal verb could describe him preparing to shoot?
He's lining up his shot.
Line up is spot on. It means to align or position something carefully. What about the way they're moving around the arena? How can we describe that using a phrasal verb?
They are dashing around the obstacles and barriers.
Exactly. Dash around means to move quickly from one place to another, which fits their fast-paced movements. Now, consider the strategy involved in their gameplay. What phrasal verb might describe how they choose their hiding spots or plan their moves?
They might size up the arena to plan their next move.
Size up means to assess or evaluate, which is crucial in strategizing. If the boy spots an opportunity to make a winning shot, what phrasal verb describes his quick decision to take the shot?
He jumps at the chance to score.
Jump at is perfect. It means to seize an opportunity eagerly and without hesitation. Lastly, after the game ends and they reflect on how exciting it was, what phrasal verb could describe their reaction to wanting to play again?
They would sign up for another game.
Sign up means to register or enroll, a fitting choice for their eagerness to continue playing. Great work today, Sarah. You're really getting the hang of using these phrasal verbs dynamically in various scenarios.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These lessons really spice up my English practice, and I feel like I'm catching on more with each session.
That's fantastic to hear, Sarah. Let's keep up the good work, and I'm sure you'll continue to improve and feel even more confident in your English skills. Look at this flashcard, Sarah. What's going on in this scene?
It shows a girl and a boy at an old train station. The boy is using a flashlight to explore, and the girl seems to be following him.
Excellent description. Let's use phrases to enhance our understanding of their actions. Starting with the boy using the flashlight, what phrase would you use to describe his action?
He is lighting up the dark area.
Right. Lighting up means to illuminate something, making it bright with light. Now, considering the girl's cautious behavior, what phrase could describe her action?
She is treading carefully.
Perfect. Treading carefully means to act or proceed with caution or to take careful steps. Now, let's say they are searching for something specific in the station. What phrase would describe their activity?
They are looking for clues or hidden items.
Yes, looking for is a common phrase used to describe the action of searching for something. If they get startled by a sudden noise, what phrase could describe their reaction?
They might jump at the sound.
Correct. Jump at describes a sudden, involuntary movement in response to something unexpected. Finally, if they find something of interest and decide to investigate further, what phrase would you use?
They would dig deeper into what they found.
Exactly. Dig deeper means to investigate something more thoroughly. Well done, Sarah. How do you feel about today's phrases?
I'm really enjoying learning these phrases through these scenarios. It makes it easier to remember and use them in context.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Your ability to apply these phrases is improving impressively. Keep up the great work. Let's look at this next flashcard, Sarah. What's happening in this scene?
This picture shows a young couple kayaking down a rapid river surrounded by lush greenery. They look excited and energetic.
That's a vibrant description. Now, let's think about phrases that can describe their actions. What phrase would you use for their action of moving quickly down the river?
They are paddling down the river.
Yes, paddling down is perfect. It implies the action of using a paddle to move through water. How about describing their handling of the kayak in these turbulent waters?
They could be navigating through the rapids.
Navigating through gives us a sense of them skillfully controlling their kayak amidst obstacles. Now, since they are working together, what phrase might describe their coordinated effort?
They are teaming up to handle the challenging parts.
Teaming up is an excellent way to express their partnership in this activity. Suppose they encounter an unexpected obstacle like a large rock. What phrase would describe their action to avoid it?
They would steer clear of the rock.
Right. Steer clear is used to describe avoiding something to prevent trouble or danger. Lastly, after completing their journey down the river, what phrase could describe their feeling of satisfaction?
They might feel thrilled by the adventure they've just experienced.
That's wonderful, Sarah. Thrilled perfectly captures the exhilaration and joy from such an adventurous activity. You're doing a fantastic job with these phrases and really making the most of each learning opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I find these practical examples really helpful for understanding how to use different English phrases.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. It's important to connect what we learn with real-world applications. Great job today. Keep practicing and you'll keep improving. Let's analyze this next flashcard. Tell me what's happening in this picture, Sarah.
It shows two boys setting up a tent in a forest. One is securing the tent from the outside, and the other is adjusting something on top of the tent.
Very well described. What phrase could we use to talk about the boy who is securing the tent from the outside?
He is setting up the tent.
Yes, set up is the perfect phrase for preparing or assembling something like a tent. How about the boy on top of the tent? What is he doing?
He could be tying down the tent cover.
Tie down works well here. It means to fasten securely. Now, suppose they finish setting up the tent and are preparing to start a fire. What phrase would describe the action of beginning to light the fire?
They would start up the fire.
Start up is excellent. It implies initiating an activity. Once they have their campsite all ready, what phrase might they use if they decide to explore the surrounding area?
They might head out to explore.
Head out is a great choice. It means to leave a place to go somewhere else. Lastly, after a day of activities, when they return to rest in the tent, what phrase could describe that action?
They would settle in for the night.
Settle in perfectly captures the idea of making oneself comfortable in a place. Well done, Sarah. You're consistently applying these phrases appropriately, which helps to solidify your understanding and usage.
These phrases make the scenes come alive for me. It's like I can picture myself doing these things, which really helps me remember the phrases better.
That's exactly the kind of connection that makes language learning stick. Keep using these phrases as much as you can in your daily conversations. Great work today. Here's our next flashcard, Sarah. What's happening in this one?
It shows two girls on a roller coaster, both looking very excited and thrilled as they ride.
Exactly. It's a dynamic scene. Let's start by describing their decision to go on this roller coaster. Which phrasal verb suits their action of choosing to ride despite possible fears?
They might have faced up to their fears to enjoy the ride.
Face up to is a good choice. It means to confront something difficult or scary head-on. Seeing how they are enjoying themselves, what phrasal verb describes their experience of embracing this thrill?
They are living up to the excitement of the roller coaster.
Live up to usually means to meet expectations, and here it captures how they are fully experiencing the ride's thrill. Now, considering the girl with her hands up, what phrasal verb would describe her action of letting go of her restraint?
She is letting loose by throwing her hands up in the air.
Perfect. Let loose means to act freely and uninhibitedly. What about when the ride ends and they reflect on their experience, feeling happy they did it?
They might look back on the ride fondly.
Look back means to think about something in the past, indeed. And finally, if they decide to go on the ride again because they enjoyed it so much, which phrasal verb would apply?
They would go back for another round.
Exactly. Go back means to return to a place or activity. You're using these idiomatic phrasal verbs very effectively, Sarah. It seems like you're really catching on to their usage in everyday English.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These lessons spice up learning English, making it so much fun.
That's wonderful to hear. Incorporating fun into learning helps drill in the knowledge more effectively. Keep up the great work and we'll carry on with more phrasal verbs next time. Let's take a look at this new flashcard. Describe what you see, Sarah.
It shows two people kayaking by a cave near the beach. There are birds flying around, and the scenery is beautiful with clear blue water.
That's a vivid description. Let's integrate some phrases to discuss their adventure. How would you describe their decision to explore near the cave?
They are venturing out into new areas.
Exactly. Venturing out means to go somewhere unfamiliar or dangerous, especially as an exploration. Now, looking at how they cooperate with their paddles, what phrase fits that teamwork?
They are in sync.
Perfect. In sync describes moving or working together at the same rate and exactly together. As they approach the cave, what phrase would you use to describe their action of carefully examining their surroundings?
They are scoping out the cave.
Right. Scoping out means to look at or examine something carefully. What if they find something unexpected or fascinating in the cave? What phrase could describe their reaction?
They might come across something unusual.
Yes, come across means to find or meet by chance. And after their exploration, they might want to share their experience. What phrase would they use to describe their action of discussing their adventure excitedly?
They could talk up their kayaking trip to their friends.
Exactly. Talk up means to speak enthusiastically about something to arouse interest. You're doing wonderfully with these phrases, Sarah. How do you feel about applying them in real scenarios?
It makes the phrases much easier to remember, and it's really fun to think about how to use them in different situations.
That's the spirit. Using phrases in context helps solidify your understanding and makes your language more vivid. Keep practicing. All right, Sarah, let's tackle this new flashcard. Tell me what you see in this scene.
It shows two young men rock climbing. One is reaching up to the next hold, while the other is supporting him with a rope.
Well observed. Now let's use phrases to describe their actions in the setting. What phrase would you use for the man who is climbing higher on the rock?
He is scaling up the cliff.
Scaling up is a fantastic choice. It implies climbing or going up a steep object. How about the other man who is holding the rope?
He is backing up his friend.
Precisely, backing up in this context means supporting someone in their actions. Considering their activity, which is quite challenging, what phrase could describe their continuous effort?
They are pushing through the difficulties.
Exactly. Pushing through shows that they are continuing despite hardships. Suppose they reach a particularly difficult part of the climb. What phrase might describe their need to overcome this obstacle?
They would get past the tough section.
Get past. Perfect for describing overcoming a specific challenge. Lastly, if they reach the summit or their goal, what phrase could describe this achievement?
They might top out at the summit.
Top out is used specifically in climbing to mean reaching the top of a climb. You've really mastered the use of these phrases in vivid situations, Sarah. Well done.
These phrases are really helping me visualize the situations better. Thanks, Mr. Davis.
You're very welcome, Sarah. It's great to see how you apply each phrase with understanding and creativity. Keep it up. Let's move on to this next flashcard. Describe the scene, Sarah.
It shows a young man and woman fishing on a dock at sunset. The water is calm, and the sunset creates a beautiful reflection on the lake.
What a peaceful setting. Let's use some phrases to talk about this scene. Starting with the young man, what phrase could describe his action with the fishing rod?
He is casting out his line into the water.
Yes, cast out is used when you throw something, like a fishing line, away from you. Now, for the woman, she seems to be watching the water. What phrase would describe her action?
She could be looking out over the water.
That's correct. Look out can mean to watch something carefully or enjoy a view. Considering the end of their fishing, What phrase would you use to describe their action of stopping fishing and preparing to leave?
They might pack up their gear.
Right. Pack up again fits perfectly here as they are concluding their activity. Suppose they catch a fish. What phrase could describe their action of removing the fish from the hook?
They would take off the fish from the hook.
Yes, take off can mean to remove something. Finally, after they finish their day, they might want to stay a bit longer and enjoy the sunset. What phrase would describe this action?
They could hang around to watch the sunset.
Hang around is a casual phrase meaning to stay in a place without any particular purpose other than to pass the time. Well done, Sarah. Each phrase you've used accurately captures the essence of their actions in a natural, fluent way.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These visual examples and phrases are really helping me connect my language learning with real-life situations.
That's the goal, Sarah. Linking your language skills to practical experiences will make them more memorable and useful. Great job today, and keep practicing these phrases. Let's move on to this beautiful scene, Sarah. Can you describe what you see?
It's a serene image of a young man and a young woman paddleboarding on a lake at sunset. The scenery is stunning with the sun reflecting on the water.
That's a vivid description. Now, focusing on our idiomatic phrasal verbs, let's talk about their action of standing on the boards. What phrasal verb could describe them maintaining their balance?
They are holding on to keep their balance.
Hold on is exactly right, used here to mean maintaining grip or balance. Considering they've chosen such a calm and beautiful time to paddleboard, which phrasal verb fits their choice to experience this at sunset?
They timed out their paddleboarding to catch the sunset.
Well thought out. Time out means to plan or schedule something at a specific time. Now, if we think about how they are navigating across the lake, what phrasal verb would describe their exploration?
They are branching out across the lake.
Branch out is great, meaning to try new, different things or areas. What about when they decide to return to shore after enjoying their time on the lake?
They would head back to the shore.
Perfect. Head back means to return to a place. And if they finish their activity as the sun sets and leave the lake, what phrasal verb could describe this action?
They might wrap up their paddleboarding session as the day ends.
Yes, wrap up to conclude something. Excellent work today, Sarah. These sessions are not only enriching your vocabulary, but also deepening your understanding of how these verbs can be used in real-life contexts.
I really enjoy learning this way, Mr. Davis. It makes the phrases much easier to remember and use naturally.
I'm glad to hear that. It's important to keep up the good work and continue to build on what you've learned. See you in the next lesson. What do we have here on this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows two people skydiving over a beautiful landscape. One of them looks really excited, and the other seems to be enjoying the view.
Great description. Let's use phrases to talk about their actions. What phrase would you use for the boy who is excited and spreading his arms wide?
He is living it up.
Exactly. Living it up means to enjoy life to the fullest with enthusiasm. And what about the other skydiver? What phrase fits his action of calmly enjoying the scenery?
He might be taking it all in.
Perfect, Sarah. Taking it all in is used to describe fully experiencing or enjoying the moment. Now, imagine they are preparing for the moment they'll land. What phrase would you use to describe that they need to get ready for it?
They need to gear up for the landing.
Right. Gear up means to prepare oneself for something that is about to happen. Suppose they encounter a sudden change in weather. What phrase would describe their need to adapt quickly?
They would have to roll with the punches.
Very good. Roll with the punches implies adapting to difficult circumstances without letting them disrupt one's plans. Lastly, after they land, they might feel thrilled about their jump. What phrase would describe their action of sharing their excitement?
They could go on and on about how thrilling the jump was.
That's correct. Go on and on means to talk about something enthusiastically for a long time. You've done a wonderful job today, Sarah. How do you feel about using these phrases now?
I'm starting to feel more comfortable with them. It's fun to learn how they fit into different scenarios.
That's what I like to hear. The more you practice, the more naturally these phrases will come to you in conversations. Keep up the excellent work. Let's move on to this next flashcard, Sarah. Describe what you see here for us.
It looks like a young couple is driving in a convertible Jeep through mountainous terrain. The scenery is stunning, with mountains and a clear sky.
Excellent description. Now let's come up with some phrases to describe their journey. What phrase could you use for their action of exploring the mountains in their Jeep?
They are heading through the mountains.
Perfect. Heading through suggests moving forward or progressing through a specific area. Now, considering the joy on their faces, what phrase would you use to describe their experience?
They might be taking in the breathtaking views.
Exactly. Taking in is used to describe absorbing or enjoying something deeply. How about a phrase for their decision to drive in such a remote area?
They could be venturing out into the wilderness.
Venturing out is an excellent choice. It conveys the idea of going into an area that might be risky or unknown but exciting. Suppose they stop to look at something specific, like a landmark or wildlife. What phrase would fit that action?
They would pull over to check it out.
Right. Pull over means to stop the vehicle at the side of the road. Finally, if they continue their drive even as it gets more challenging, what phrase could we use?
They might press on despite the challenges.
Press on is great. It implies continuing with determination in the face of difficulties. Well done, Sarah. You're really getting the hang of using these phrases effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These phrases make it easier to talk about different activities in English.
You're doing an excellent job applying them, Sarah. Keep up the good work. Let's continue with our phrase application using this next flashcard. Describe what you see in this scene, Sarah.
It shows two young men enjoying a picnic by a lakeside. They're sitting on a blanket, and there's a picnic basket and some food laid out in front of them.
Perfect description. Can you think of a phrase that describes what they are doing with the picnic setup?
They are laying out the food for the picnic.
Exactly. Lay out means to arrange things systematically. How about the action of one of them reaching for a drink? What phrase could describe that?
He could be picking up the bottle.
Right. Pick up can be used when someone is lifting something. Now, considering they are sharing this meal in such a peaceful setting, what phrase could we use to describe them starting to eat?
They might dig into the food.
Dig in is a great informal phrase that means to start eating enthusiastically. Imagine they finished their meal and are looking at the beautiful scenery. What phrase would describe them enjoying the view?
They could be taking in the view.
Take in is perfect. It means to absorb or admire something thoroughly. And for the final action, after they are done, what phrase would describe their cleanup?
They would pack up the picnic items.
Pack up is exactly right. It means to collect and tidy things away. Sarah, you've demonstrated an excellent grasp of using phrases in real-life contexts again. Remember, practicing these phrases will help you make your English more natural and fluent.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. These visual examples really help me understand how to use the phrases correctly.
You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad you find the visuals helpful. It's important to connect language with real situations. It makes learning much more effective and enjoyable. Keep up the good work. Take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What's happening in this scene?
There's a young man controlling a drone with a remote, and a young woman seems excited as she watches it fly around a city park.
Well observed. Let's start by describing the action of the drone. When the drone began to fly, what phrasal verb could we use?
The drone took off from the ground.
That's right. Take off means to start flying. Now, consider the man controlling the drone. What phrasal verb describes him guiding the drone through the air?
He is steering clear of the trees and buildings.
Excellent use of steer clear, which means to avoid something. Looking at the young woman, she seems amazed by the drone. If she starts to become very interested in flying drones herself, which phrasal verb would describe that?
She might get into flying drones as well.
Yes, get into means to start enjoying or become involved in an activity. Imagine the drone begins to fly higher and further away. What phrase would describe the man's action to keep it in view?
He needs to keep an eye on the drone.
Perfectly stated. Keep an eye on means to watch or look after something or someone. Lastly, when it's time to bring the drone back, which phrasal verb would he use to describe lowering it back to the ground?
He would bring down the drone.
Bring down means to move something to a lower position, which is just what he would do. Sarah, you've become quite adept at integrating these phrasal verbs into your vocabulary. How do you feel about their usage now?
I'm getting more comfortable with them, Mr. Davis. It's easier to pick up the meanings through these practical examples.
That's wonderful to hear. These practical contexts flesh out the meanings, making them clearer and easier to remember. Great work today. Take a look at this flashcard, Sarah. What do you see happening in the image?
It looks like two explorers in a desert. There's a girl and a boy. The girl is holding a map, and they seem to be discussing their route amidst some ancient ruins.
Excellent observation. Today, we'll focus on using phrases to describe actions and situations. Let's start with the girl holding the map. Can you use a phrase to describe what she's doing?
She is mapping out their path.
Perfect. Mapping out means to plan or detail something thoroughly. How about the boy? What phrase could describe his role in this scenario?
He seems to be weighing their options.
That's right. Weighing their options implies considering different possibilities before making a decision. Now, considering they're in a desert, what phrase could we use to describe their need to continue moving?
They might forge ahead to reach their next landmark.
Exactly. Forge ahead is used to describe progressing forward with a task, despite difficulties. Suppose they find something interesting in the ruins. What phrase would describe their action of examining it closely?
They would pore over the details.
Yes, pore over means to examine or study something very carefully. Now let's imagine they've explored the site and are ready to move on. What phrase would describe their action of leaving the ruins?
They would move on from the ruins to their next destination.
Spot on, Sarah. Move on here means to leave something behind and start something new. You're getting really good at this. Using these phrases in context helps you remember them better, doesn't it?
It really does, Mr. Davis. Using the phrases like this makes them stick in my mind. Thanks.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon using these phrases will become second nature. Keep up the great work. Good afternoon, Sarah. Today, let's try something different with our flashcard. Here, take a look at this scene. What do you see happening here?
Hi, Mr. Davis. I see a young couple in a bustling market street at night. They seem to be enjoying the vibrant atmosphere.
Exactly. Now let's use some phrases to describe their actions in the setting. How would you describe the man's action here using a phrase?
He appears to be pointing out something interesting in the distance to the girl.
Perfect use of pointing out, which means to indicate or show something, often to share with others. Now, how about the girl? What phrase could describe her action as she holds a lantern?
She might be lighting up the area around them with her lantern.
That's a great phrase, lighting up, which means to illuminate something, making it brighter. Now, considering they are likely exploring, what phrase could we use to describe them moving through the market?
They are probably wandering through the market, taking in all the sights and sounds.
Wandering through is an excellent choice. It gives a sense of exploring without a specific destination. Now imagine they stop to try some street food. What phrase would you use for that action?
They might try out different local snacks.
Yes, try out is commonly used to describe sampling or experiencing something new. You're getting very good at this, Sarah. For our last phrase, if they discuss their plans for the rest of the evening, which phrase could encapsulate that?
They could be making plans for what to do next.
Making plans, an excellent phrase for discussing and organizing future activities. Wonderful job today, Sarah. Using phrases in context like this really helps in making your English natural and fluent.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These phrases seem really useful, and I enjoy learning how to use them in real-life situations.
You're welcome, Sarah. Keep practicing, and soon these phrases will become part of your everyday vocabulary. Great work today. Today's lesson will focus on understanding phrases and how to use them in practical scenarios. Let's take a look at this flashcard. What do you see here, Sarah?
It shows two young boys building a treehouse in the forest. One is up in the structure, working on the roof, and the other is on the ground, handing up tools and wood.
Excellent observation. Now, let's think about the phrases that we can create from this scene. Can you think of a phrase to describe what the boy on the ground is doing?
Yes, he could be handing up the tools to his friend.
Right. Hand up is a good phrase here. It suggests offering or providing help from a lower to a higher position. How about the boy working on the roof? What phrase fits his action?
He seems to be nailing down the roof pieces.
Perfect nail down can mean to fasten securely, which is exactly what he's doing. Now, if we think about them starting this project, what phrase could we use to describe their decision to start building?
They might have set out to build the treehouse this morning.
Exactly. Set out implies beginning with a particular goal in mind. Suppose they encountered a problem with one of the boards. What phrase would describe their action of fixing this issue?
They would sort out the problem.
Sort out, indeed. It means to resolve an issue or organize something. Lastly, after completing the treehouse, they'll need to clean up their working area. What phrase describes that action?
They would clean up the area, collecting all the tools and leftover materials.
Clean up is perfect. It's what you do after finishing a task. You've done a great job applying phrases to these actions, Sarah. It makes the language much more vivid and practical. Keep practicing these phrases, and they'll soon become a natural part of your vocabulary.
These lessons are really helpful, Mr. Davis. I'm starting to understand how to use phrases in everyday situations. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad to see your progress. Keep up the good work. Let's dive into our next flashcard, Sarah. What do you see in this image?
It shows a beach volleyball game. 2 players are actively playing. One is jumping up to hit the ball over the net.
Great observation. Considering the action, which phrasal verb could we use to describe the player who's about to hit the ball?
He's going for the ball.
Go for fits perfectly, used to describe attempting or making an effort to get or achieve something. Now, if we talk about the teamwork, what phrasal verb describes how they work together?
They must team up to play well in volleyball.
Yes, team up means to join another person to work together, especially in sports. Notice the player who's preparing for the possible return of the ball after his teammates hit. What phrasal verb would you use for his readiness?
He is backing up his teammate.
Back up is exactly right. It means to support or help someone. If the team loses a point but continues to play enthusiastically, what phrasal verb would describe their resilience?
They bounce back after losing a point.
Bounce back means to recover from a setback or defeat, which is essential in sports. Now think about the end of the game. How would we use a phrasal verb to describe concluding the game and acknowledging the opponents?
They might wind up the game and shake off the stress or disappointment if they lose.
Very well, put wind up means to bring to a conclusion, and shake off means to rid oneself of something, like stress or feelings. These idiomatic phrasal verbs are not only useful in everyday conversation, but also enrich your understanding of English in different contexts. Ready to use these in some sentences of your own for homework?
Definitely, Mr. Davis. I think I can knock out a few good ones tonight.
That's the spirit. Knock out means to complete something efficiently and effectively. I'm looking forward to seeing your work, Sarah. Keep up the good effort. Sarah, let's try describing the parasailing image again. When they start their adventure and leave the boat behind, what phrasal verb could we use?
They might take off from the boat, which in this context means starting the flight or activity.
Right. Take off in this case works well as it's often used to describe the start of a flight. Now, as they are up in the air and enjoying the ride, if they remain calm and steady despite the height, what phrasal verb could we use for maintaining their composure?
They could keep up their spirits, meaning they stay cheerful and don't let fear overcome them.
Excellent use of keep up. Now, let's say the ride is going smoothly and they need to stay in their assigned positions while being towed by the boat. What phrasal verb describes them maintaining their position above?
They should hold on, which means to grip something securely, especially in this exciting situation.
Exactly. Hold on is perfect here. Suppose as they are descending, they have to prepare for landing on the boat safely. What phrasal verb can we use for preparing to finish the activity?
They would wind down, which here means to gradually end or settle down from the activity.
Wind down is a great choice. It conveys the gradual conclusion of an event. Lastly, when they reach the boat and leave the parasailing gear, what phrasal verb should we use?
They could get off, meaning to disembark from the equipment and return to the boat.
Perfect. Get off captures the action of exiting a vehicle or, in this case, parasailing equipment. Thank you, Sarah, for revisiting these with the correct phrasal verb usage. How do you feel about these examples?
These make much more sense, Mr. Davis. Thanks for helping me understand the real idiomatic uses of phrasal verbs.
You're very welcome. I'm here to help you get the nuances right. Let's keep practicing to make sure these expressions become a seamless part of your English skills. All right, Sarah, let's move on to our next flashcard. What do you see here?
This image shows a boy and a girl excitedly riding scooters down a bustling city street. The boy is in the lead on a blue scooter, and the girl is following on a pink one.
That's a lively scene. Let's use some phrasal verbs to describe their actions. Starting with the boy, what phrasal verb can we use for how he is leading on his scooter?
He could be speeding up, as it looks like he's going faster down the street.
Exactly. Speed up means to increase speed. And what about the girl following him? What phrasal verb fits her action?
She seems to be keeping up with him, making sure not to fall behind.
Perfect. Keep up means to maintain the same pace as someone else. Imagine they encounter a slower vehicle in front of them. What phrasal verb would describe their action to bypass it?
They would probably swerve around the slower vehicle to continue without slowing down.
Great choice. Swerve around is used when you quickly change direction to avoid something. It's a good example, even though it is not a traditional phrasal verb. Now, suppose the road ahead clears up and they decide to race each other. What phrasal verb can we use here?
They might take off, racing each other down the clear road.
Take off is spot on. It also means to start quickly or suddenly. Lastly, let's say they reach their destination and stop their scooters. What phrasal verb describes this action?
They would pull over to the side of the road.
Yes, Pull over means to stop a vehicle at the side of the road. Fantastic work today, Sarah. How do you find applying these phrasal verbs to such dynamic scenes?
It makes understanding them so much easier. I can really picture the scenarios when I think about the phrasal verbs now. This is a fun way to learn, Mr. Davis.
I'm glad to hear that. Engaging with the language this way can really enhance your fluency. Keep up the enthusiasm and great effort, Sarah. Here's another scenario for us, Sarah. What's happening in this new flashcard?
It shows a young woman and a man in a busy city at night. The woman is pointing at something exciting in the distance, and the man is holding a camera, ready to take a photo.
Good observation. Let's use phrasal verbs again to describe their actions. What phrasal verb could we use for the woman who is pointing out something interesting?
She is pointing out something in the city lights to the man.
Yes, point out is used when you want to draw attention to something. Now, the man with the camera, what phrasal verb could describe his preparation to take a photo?
He could be setting up his camera to take a picture.
Excellent. Set up means to prepare equipment for use. Suppose they continue to explore the city. What phrasal verb would describe their action of going from one place to another within the city?
They might move around the city, visiting different spots.
That's right. Move around means to travel across different areas. Let's say the man captures a fantastic photo and shows it to the woman. What phrasal verb describes him sharing the photo with her?
He would show off the photo to her.
Show off is perfect. It means to display proudly. Suppose they finish their tour of the city. What phrasal verb would you use to describe their action of leaving the area?
They might head out of the city area.
Exactly. Head out often means to leave a place. How do you feel about these phrasal verbs? Do you think they fit well with the actions in the flashcard?
They fit really well. It's much easier to remember phrasal verbs when I can connect them with actual activities in the pictures. Thanks for helping me visualize them this way.
You're very welcome, Sarah. Connecting vocabulary to visual images can indeed make learning more effective. Keep up the great work. Here's another flashcard, Sarah. Take a moment to observe and tell me what's happening in this image.
It looks like a young couple having a picnic in a sunny field. They're sitting on a blanket, surrounded by flowers, and there's food and drinks around them.
Nicely described. Now let's focus on our phrasal verbs. Suppose they had planned this after a busy week. Which phrasal verb could we use to describe them setting up this picnic?
They could be laying out the picnic.
Exactly. Lay out means to spread things out for use or display, which they did with the picnic items. Now, think about how they chose this spot for their picnic. What phrasal verb might describe their decision to stop and settle here?
They might have settled on this spot after looking around.
Settle on is perfect. It means to make a final decision or choice. Looking at the man offering food to the woman, which phrasal verb fits this gesture?
He is handing over the sandwich to her.
Hand over means to give something to someone, which is what he's doing. And how about if we describe them enjoying their time together away from their usual busy schedules?
They are winding down.
Wind down, indeed, it means to relax after a period of excitement or stress. Lastly, after their picnic, they'll need to pack everything up. Which phrasal verb would describe this action?
They would pack up their things.
Right again. Pack up means to collect and tidy away items that have been used. You're doing wonderfully with these idiomatic phrasal verbs, Sarah. How do you feel about creating a story or a description using some of these phrasal verbs for our next lesson?
That sounds exciting, Mr. Davis. I'd love to try out writing a short story using what I've learned.
Fantastic, Sarah. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with. Remember, the more you put into practicing these phrasal verbs, the more you'll get out of it. Good morning, Sarah. I have a new flashcard for us to discuss today. Take a look at this image and tell me what you see happening.
Hello, Mr. Davis. In the image, there are two characters on a suspension bridge in a lush jungle. One character with black hair is standing on the bridge looking at the other character ahead of him, who is crossing to the other side.
That's a vivid description. Now let's incorporate some phrasal verbs to describe their actions. What phrasal verb could we use to describe the character who is moving ahead on the bridge?
He seems to be moving ahead along the bridge.
Excellent choice. Move ahead typically means to proceed or advance in position. Now, looking at the character who is watching the other, can you think of a phrasal verb to describe his action?
Yes, he might be looking on, observing the other character as he crosses the bridge.
Perfect. Look on means to watch something happen, often without participating. Suppose the character wants to catch up to his friend. What phrasal verb fits for catching up?
He could catch up with his friend by walking faster on the bridge.
Right. Catch up is used when someone wants to reach the same point as another person. Let's imagine they both reach the other side of the bridge. What phrasal verb could we use to describe their action of exploring the other side together?
They might set out to explore the jungle after crossing the bridge.
Set out is an excellent choice. It means to begin a journey or a task. Now, after their adventure, they decide to return. What phrasal verb describes their action of going back?
They would probably head back to where they started from.
Exactly. Head back is often used to indicate returning to the point of origin. You've done a fantastic job today, Sarah. Using phrasal verbs in these scenarios helps make them more memorable. How do you feel about the verbs we discussed today?
These lessons are really useful, Mr. Davis. I feel more comfortable using phrasal verbs now. Thanks for making it so interactive.
You're welcome, Sarah. It's great to see your progress. Keep practicing, and soon these phrasal verbs will be a natural part of your vocabulary. Hello, Sarah. Today we have a new flashcard to discuss. Can you describe what you see in this image?
Sure, Mr. Davis. It shows a young man and a young woman rollerblading in a park. They look very happy and are holding hands while rollerblading.
Excellent description, Sarah. Let's use this scene to practice some idiomatic phrasal verbs. Looking at how they are enjoying their activity, which phrasal verb could we use to describe them starting rollerblading enthusiastically?
They might be kicking off their rollerblading session.
Perfect. Kick off means to begin or start something, usually in an energetic way. Now imagine they are trying to keep up with each other. What phrasal verb describes this?
They are keeping up with each other.
Yes, keep up means to stay at the same level or pace as someone else. Notice the girl leading a bit. What phrasal verb could we use for the man trying to match her speed?
He is catching up with her.
Exactly. Catch up means to reach the same point or level as someone who is ahead. After a while, they might want to take a break. What phrasal verb would describe them temporarily stopping their rollerblading?
They might pull over to the side of the path.
That's right. Pull over often refers to moving to the side and stopping, typically used for vehicles, but it fits here in a playful way for rollerblading. Suppose after their break, they decide to rollerblade even faster. What phrasal verb could describe this increase in speed?
They would speed up.
Speed up. A great choice. It means to increase speed. And at the end of their activity, when it's time to stop rollerblading and go home, which phrasal verb would apply?
They would wrap up their rollerblading session.
Wrap up is perfect. It means to conclude or finish an activity. You're getting very good at applying these idiomatic phrasal verbs to different scenarios, Sarah. This practice will really help you become more fluent in using them naturally in conversations.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. These lessons are really fun and helpful. I feel like I'm picking up these expressions quicker now.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. You're making excellent progress. Keep it up. And don't hesitate to try out these phrasal verbs in your everyday conversations, too. This is a captivating scene of exploration. What's happening here, Sarah?
It shows two young explorers in a crystal cave, amazed by the glowing crystals around them. One of them is holding a lantern to light up the area.
That's a magical description. Let's start with their action of entering the cave. What phrasal verb could we use?
They ventured into the cave.
Venture into is perfect. It means to go into a new or unknown place that might be dangerous. Now, the explorer with the lantern, how can we describe his action of using the lantern to illuminate the crystals?
He is lighting up the dark corners of the cave.
Excellent. Light up is used to describe making an area bright with light. If they decide to explore deeper into the cave, what phrasal verb fits that action?
They might press on deeper into the cave.
Press on is great. It means to continue moving forward, especially when facing obstacles or challenges. Suppose they find a narrow passage that looks interesting. What phrasal verb would describe their action of going through it?
They would squeeze through the narrow passage.
Squeeze through is indeed the right choice for moving through a tight space. Finally, if they decide to return to the cave entrance after exploring, what phrasal verb describes that action?
They head back to the entrance.
Head back, meaning to return to a place. Sarah, how could you use this adventurous scenario to teach phrasal verbs effectively?
I could create a narrative exercise where students write a short story about their own cave exploration, using phrasal verbs to describe each action and decision during their adventure.
That sounds like an engaging and imaginative way to learn phrasal verbs. Using narrative to contextualize vocabulary makes it much easier to remember and use. Great job, Sarah. You're doing a fantastic job with these lessons. Keep up the great work. Another beautiful outdoor scene. What's happening here, Sarah?
It shows people canoeing on a serene river, surrounded by lush greenery. They seem to be enjoying a peaceful paddle downstream.
Excellent setting for some phrasal verbs. Starting with their action of getting into the canoes, what phrasal verb could we use?
They would set off from the riverbank.
Set off is perfect. It means to start a journey. As they paddle along the river, what phrasal verb describes their action?
They are gliding along the river.
Glide along beautifully captures the smooth, effortless movement through water. If they need to navigate around obstacles like rocks or logs, what phrasal verb fits?
They might steer around the obstacles.
Steer around is ideal. It means to maneuver carefully around something. Suppose they decide to stop for a bit to enjoy the scenery. What phrasal verb would describe this action?
They could pull over to the side of the river.
Exactly. Pull over is used to describe stopping by moving to the side, usually in vehicles, but it works great for canoes too. Lastly, when they finish their journey and return the canoes to the starting point, what phrasal verb describes that action?
They head back to where they started.
Head back, indeed, meaning to return to a place. How would you use this canoeing adventure to teach phrasal verbs in a fun way?
I could set up a classroom activity where students plan a canoe trip using a map of a river. They would use phrasal verbs to describe each part of their planned journey, like setting off, gliding along, steering around obstacles, pulling over for breaks, and heading back.
That sounds like a fantastic, interactive way to apply phrasal verbs in a real-world context. Great thinking, Sarah. You consistently find creative ways to integrate language learning with engaging scenarios. Excellent work. This flashcard is full of warmth and city lights. What's happening here, Sarah?
It shows two students walking under an umbrella on a rainy evening in the city. They look cheerful and are possibly chatting as they walk.
A lovely urban scene for our phrasal verbs. Let's start with their action of sharing the umbrella. What phrasal verb could we use?
They are sharing out the umbrella as they walk together.
Share out usually refers to dividing something among people, but it can creatively imply how they are both taking part in using the umbrella. How about the way they are moving through the city? What phrasal verb fits that?
They might be moving through the city streets, enjoying the evening despite the rain.
Move through is perfect. It conveys progressing or navigating through a space. Suppose they stop to look at something interesting, like a shop window or street performer. What phrasal verb would you use?
They could check out something interesting along the way.
Exactly. Check out implies examining or taking a closer look at something. If they discuss their plans for the evening as they walk, what phrasal verb could describe this interaction?
They might talk over what they want to do later that night.
Talk over is ideal. It means to discuss something in detail. Finally, if they continue walking toward their destination, what phrasal verb would fit?
They would head toward their favorite cafe or meeting spot.
Head toward is great. It indicates moving in a specific direction with a purpose. Sarah, how do you feel about using phrasal verbs in such a lively and atmospheric setting?
It's really vivid, Mr. Davis. I can picture the scenes we talk about, which helps me understand how to use the phrasal verbs correctly.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Your ability to visualize and apply these verbs so effectively will greatly enhance your fluency. Great job today. Keep up the excellent work. We have a cozy campfire scene here, Sarah. What's happening in this flashcard?
It shows two people by a campfire at night, roasting marshmallows and having a conversation under a starry sky.
What a wonderful setting to use our phrasal verbs. Let's start with the person roasting marshmallows. What phrasal verb could we use for his action?
He is roasting up marshmallows over the campfire.
Roast up isn't a common phrasal verb, but your intention is clear. A more typical choice might be cook up, which can mean to prepare food by cooking, even if it's simple like marshmallows. How about the action of the other person telling a story? What phrasal verb fits that?
He could be spinning out a story as they sit by the fire.
Spin out usually refers to extending something in time or elaborating in detail, so that fits perfectly for a long story. Suppose they decide to move closer to the fire. What phrasal verb would you use?
They might scoot over closer to the fire to stay warm.
Scoot over is exactly right. It means to move a short distance in a seated position. What if they start discussing their plans for the next day's activities?
They could talk over their plans for the next day while enjoying the warmth of the fire.
Talk over is great. It means to discuss something thoroughly. Finally, if they finish their night and prepare to sleep in their tent, what phrasal verb would you use?
They would turn in for the night.
Turn in is an excellent choice. It means to go to bed. Sarah, how do you feel about using phrasal verbs to describe such a peaceful and engaging activity?
It's really nice, Mr. Davis. It helps me connect the verbs to real-life actions, making them easier to understand and remember.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Your understanding of how to use phrasal verbs in context has improved remarkably. Keep up the great work. Here we have a serene cycling scene. What do you see happening in this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows a young man and woman biking through a sunlit park. They seem relaxed and are enjoying a leisurely ride together.
That's beautifully described. Let's match some phrasal verbs to their actions. Starting with their leisurely biking, what phrasal verb could we use?
They are pedaling along the park path.
Pedal along is perfect. It conveys the idea of cycling at a relaxed pace. How about the action of the woman looking back at her friend? What phrasal verb fits that?
She might be glancing back to see if her friend is keeping up.
Glance back is ideal. It means to take a quick look back. Suppose they decide to stop and enjoy the view. What phrasal verb could we use for this action?
They could pull over at a scenic spot along the path.
Pull over works well here, indicating stopping by, moving to the side or off the main path. What if they start exploring a part of the park they haven't visited before?
They might branch out into new areas of the park.
Branch out is a creative choice. It usually means to expand or extend activities into new areas. Finally, if they finish their ride and return to their starting point, what phrasal verb would you use?
They would head back to where they started.
Head back is exactly right. It means to return to the place of origin. Sarah, how do you feel about using phrasal verbs in such a vibrant and active context?
It's really engaging, Mr. Davis. I feel like I can picture myself in the scene, which helps make the phrasal verbs more memorable.
That's fantastic, Sarah. Visualizing the context can indeed make learning more effective. You're doing an excellent job. Keep it up. This flashcard is vibrant and lively, Sarah. Describe what's happening here.
It shows a boy and a girl flying kites in a park on a sunny day. The girl is holding a large kite and seems to be running, while the boy is looking back, possibly at another kite.
Perfect for practicing our phrasal verbs in a joyful outdoor setting. Let's start with the girl holding the kite. What phrasal verb could we use for her action?
She is holding up the kite as she runs.
Hold up is excellent. It conveys the action of keeping something elevated. How about the boy who is looking back? What phrasal verb fits his action?
He is looking back to see how his kite is flying.
Exactly. Look back often means to turn and see what is behind you. If they continue to play and enjoy the afternoon, what phrasal verb could we use to describe their activity of moving around the field?
They might run around the park, flying their kites.
Run around is perfect for describing energetic movement in an open space. What if they decide to compete to see whose kite can fly the highest or the fastest? What phrasal verb would you use?
They could face off in a friendly kite-flying competition.
Face off is great. It implies competing directly against someone in a challenge. Finally, if they finish playing and start to collect their kites and belongings, what phrasal verb would fit?
They would pack up their kites and other things before leaving.
Pack up, indeed, meaning to put things away at the end of an activity. Sarah, how do you feel about using phrasal verbs in such a playful and dynamic context?
It's really fun, Mr. Davis. I can almost feel the excitement of the scene, which helps make the verbs stick in my mind.
That's wonderful to hear. Connecting language learning with vivid imagery can make the experience much more memorable. Keep up the great work. This scene has a modern, cozy vibe. What's happening in this flashcard, Sarah?
It shows two people playing a video game in a living room. They seem relaxed and are enjoying some snacks while gaming together.
What a fun setting to explore more phrasal verbs. Let's start with the action of playing video games together. What phrasal verb could we use for this?
They are teaming up to play the game.
Team up is perfect. It means to join together to achieve a common goal. What about the action of one person teaching the other how to play? What phrasal verb fits that?
They could be showing off how to use the controls or navigate the game.
Show off usually implies displaying skills to impress others, but it could work here in a casual, instructional sense as well. If we want a more neutral term, walk through could be used if one is explaining the game mechanics or levels. Now, suppose they decide to switch to another game. What phrasal verb would you use?
They might switch over to a different game.
Switch over is right. It means to change to a different activity, channel, or method. If they pause the game to grab more snacks, what phrasal verb could describe that action?
They would break off from gaming to get some snacks.
Exactly. Break off means to interrupt an activity temporarily. Finally, if they continue playing late into the night, what phrasal verb could we use?
They might stay up playing games.
Stay up fits perfectly. It means to remain awake beyond the usual bedtime. Sarah, how do you feel about this more informal and playful setting for our phrasal verbs lesson?
It's really engaging, Mr. Davis. I like how we can use the phrasal verbs in fun situations like this. It makes them easier to remember.
That's great to hear, Sarah. Applying language skills in enjoyable contexts can make learning much more effective. Keep up the fantastic work. This flashcard depicts a tranquil scene on the water. What's happening here, Sarah?
It shows two people in a boat, rowing gently across a calm lake at sunset. The atmosphere is peaceful, with beautiful reflections in the water.
What a serene setting. Let's dive into our phrasal verbs. For the action of the people rowing the boat, what phrasal verb could we use?
They are paddling out into the lake.
Paddle out is perfect. It means to move away from the shore by paddling. If they stop rowing to enjoy the sunset, what phrasal verb fits this moment?
They might settle down in the middle of the lake to watch the sunset.
Settle down can indeed suggest coming to rest, especially in a comfortable or desired position. Suppose they start discussing their surroundings or the nature around them. What phrasal verb would describe this interaction?
They could talk over the beauty of the place and the serenity it offers.
Talk over is great for a thorough discussion. If they decide to explore a bit more of the lake, what phrasal verb could we use for this action?
They might head towards a specific part of the lake that looks interesting.
Head towards is an excellent choice. It indicates moving in a specific direction. Finally, when it's time to return to shore, what phrasal verb would you use?
They would row back to where they started.
Row back is exactly right. It means to return by rowing. Sarah, how do you feel about using phrasal verbs in such a calming and picturesque setting?
It's really soothing, Mr. Davis. The scenarios help me picture the verbs in action, which makes them easier to remember and use later.
I'm pleased to hear that. Engaging with language in context can deeply enhance learning. You're doing wonderfully with these exercises. Keep it up. We have a cozy autumn scene here, Sarah. Can you describe what's happening in this flashcard?
It shows a couple sitting on a park bench surrounded by fall leaves. They're sharing a book and enjoying a quiet, sunny afternoon together.
What a perfect setting for a peaceful discussion. Let's use some phrasal verbs. For the couple reading together, what phrasal verb could we use?
They are looking over the book together.
Look over is excellent. It means to examine or review something. If one of them starts explaining a concept or story from the book to the other, what phrasal verb would fit?
They might go over the details or story to help understand it better.
Go over is perfect, indicating reviewing or explaining something in detail. What if they decide to leave the bench and walk around the park? What phrasal verb could describe that action?
They would walk around the park, enjoying the fall scenery.
Walk around is great for describing a leisurely stroll. Suppose they stop to look at some particularly beautiful trees. What phrasal verb could we use for this action?
They could stop off by the trees to take some pictures or just admire them.
Stop off fits well, often used when pausing a journey to visit or look at something. Finally, if they continue their walk and explore more of the park, what phrasal verb would you use?
They might move on to other parts of the park.
Move on is exactly right. It means to continue to another activity or place. Sarah, how do you feel about this calm and inviting setting for practicing phrasal verbs?
It's really lovely, Mr. Davis. It makes the learning process feel more natural and engaging.
I'm glad to hear that. It's important that learning feels connected to real-life experiences. Great job today. This flashcard presents a peaceful evening scene. Describe what's happening, Sarah.
It shows two people on a balcony at night, surrounded by plants and lanterns. One person is standing, looking at the city lights, and the other is sitting, enjoying a drink.
What a serene setting. Let's find suitable phrasal verbs. For the person standing and looking out, what phrasal verb could we use?
He is looking out over the cityscape.
Perfect. Look out often means to watch something from a high place. How about the person sitting and enjoying their drink? What phrasal verb fits that action?
She is sitting back and relaxing.
Sit back is excellent. It suggests reclining or relaxing comfortably. Suppose they start to discuss their day or share stories. What phrasal verb would describe their conversation?
They might talk over their day or the events they experienced.
Yes, talk over means to discuss something in detail. What if they decide to enjoy the evening breeze a bit more? What phrasal verb could we use for this action?
They could hang out on the balcony for a while longer.
Hang out is a casual way to say spending time in a place or with someone. Finally, if they plan to end their night and head inside, which phrasal verb would fit?
They would head in after finishing their drinks.
Head in, indeed, meaning to go indoors. Excellent application of the phrasal verbs, Sarah. How do you feel about using them in such a tranquil setting?
It's really enjoyable, Mr. Davis. It helps me see how these phrases can be used in everyday conversations in a natural way.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. It's wonderful to see how you integrate these verbs into various contexts so smoothly. Keep up the great work. This flashcard is full of joy and spontaneity, Sarah. Tell me, what do you see happening here?
It shows a young couple running through the rain, enjoying themselves. The girl is splashing in puddles, and the boy is holding an umbrella, looking like they're having a great time together.
Such a lively scene for practicing our phrasal verbs. Let's start with the action of the boy holding the umbrella over them. What phrasal verb could we use for his action?
He is holding up the umbrella to keep them dry.
Excellent. Hold up can indeed mean to hold something above or in an elevated position to cover or protect. What about the girl splashing in the puddles? What phrasal verb fits her action?
She is splashing around in the puddles.
Splash around is perfect. It captures the playful and carefree movement in water. If they decide to run faster to avoid getting soaked, what phrasal verb would you use?
They might speed up to try to outrun the rain.
Speed up is an excellent choice. It means to increase speed. Suppose they finish running through the rain and reach a sheltered spot. What phrasal verb could describe their action of stopping?
They would settle down under a shelter to catch their breath.
Settle down works well here, meaning to become calm or comfortable in a spot. Finally, if they start to laugh and talk about their rainy adventure, which phrasal verb would you use?
They might chat away about their fun experience in the rain.
Chat away is just right. It means to talk enthusiastically or freely. Sarah, how do you feel about using phrasal verbs to describe such a dynamic and joyful scene?
It's really fun, Mr. Davis. It makes the phrases much more memorable and engaging.
I'm glad to hear that, Sarah. Your ability to apply these phrasal verbs in different scenarios is improving remarkably. Keep up the great work.